Good evening and welcome to the August 25th, 2025 meeting of the Menlo Park Planning Commission. I am Chair Andrew Eric, and I thank you for joining us this evening, either remotely or here in council chambers. Established by state law, our city's Planning Commission is comprised of 7 volunteer residents of Menlo Park, appointed to 4-year terms by the City Council. Our Planning Commission is not a policy setting body, that's the City Council. We are a policy implementing body. We review development proposals for compliance with our city's general plan and zoning ordinance, which can both be found on the city's website. The Commission also reviews city-initiated land use planning projects, such as general plan updates and zoning ordinance amendments. The Commission reviews development proposals requiring a use permit, architectural control, a variance, minor subdivision, as well as the environmental reviews associated with those projects. When applicable, the Planning Commission reviews below market rate or BMR housing agreements associated with these applications. The Commission is the final decision-making body for these applications unless appealed to the City Council. The Commission also serves as the recommending body to the City Council for major subdivisions, rezoning, conditional development permits, zoning ordinance amendments, general plan amendments, and environmental reviews associated with those projects. If applicable, the Planning Commission reviews and makes recommendations on BMR agreements associated with these projects. Staff in our city's planning division are responsible for processing development applications, as well as for implementing and amending the general plan, zoning ordinances, and related policies to further the goals of the city. Staff is also responsible for the agenda of regular Planning Commission meetings and for prioritizing what and when agenda items or development applications come before the Planning Commission. Planning Commissioners do not have any ability to place items on the agenda for these meetings. We encourage your active participation, whether you are an applicant or interested member of the public, and there will be an opportunity to speak publicly for each specific agenda item, as well as for general public comment. With that, I will call the roll. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Present.
Commissioner Doe.
Present.
Commissioner Farrick.
Here.
Commissioner Schindler.
Here.
Commissioner Sillen.
Here.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Present.
I am Chair Eric. I am also present. That makes 6 commissioners present here in chambers with 1 commissioner present virtually. Okay, with that, we are going to move on to reports and announcements. Mr. Parada, are there any reports and announcements from staff?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission. Just one item to provide an update for the Commission. Tomorrow night, the City Council at its meeting will consider whether to adopt a resolution to authorize staff to release a request for proposals for development on the downtown parking plazas 1, 2, and 3. So the staff report is now available. It does also include the draft request for proposals. And so I wanted to provide an update for the Planning Commission on that item. So that'll be on the council's agenda tomorrow evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Parada. Do commissioners have any questions about that announcement? Okay. Do commissioners have any additional reports or announcements? Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair. I just have one brief one. Next month, September, is Transit Month, as many of you may know. And if you look up Transit Month 2025, you can find a great lineup of events throughout the Bay Area. And I'd just like to highlight one. It's a green building tour of the sustainable and all-electric Burlingame Community Center, designed by Group 4 Architects on Saturday, September 13th. Tours will be led by a Burlingame council member. As we all know, we're lucky to have in Menlo Park lovely parks, well-planned and thoughtfully designed civic spaces such as our own sustainable and all-electric Belhaven Community Center. So we invite all members of the public to attend this free and family-friendly event. For folks in Menlo Park, it's a fun and effortless ride on Caltrain from here to Burlingame. So whether you are an architecture enthusiast, aspiring architect or planner, or just enjoy riding the train, we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe. Before we move to public comment, I don't think I said it explicitly, but just for purposes of the record, we did call the roll and we do have a quorum with 6 commissioners in chambers. With that, we will move to item D, the public comment portion of our agenda. Under public comment, the public may address the commission on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the commission once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. You are not required to provide your name, district, or city of residence, but it is helpful. The commission cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore, the commission cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment other than to provide general information. Please know that if you are here tonight to comment on our agenda items, you will have a chance to speak when we get to that item in the agenda. To learn how to participate in public comment, I'm going to turn to our clerk this evening, Mr. Turner, to explain how you can participate and then to begin our public comment period.
Thank you, Chair Eric. If you would like to give public comment and you are in the room, please fill out a speaker card, which are located at the rear of the room, and hand it to me. If you are participating virtually today via Zoom, you can click the raise hand button and I will unmute your microphone. If you are calling in to tonight's meeting, please click *9 and that will alert me that you would like to give public comment. And with that, I will ask for general public comment. And at the moment, I don't have any speaker cards or hands raised for general public comment, but I'll give it a few moments here. It appears we do not have any commenters for general public comment.
Okay, in that case, I will close the public comment portion of our agenda. Our next agenda item is the consent calendar. However, we do not have any items on the consent calendar for this evening, so we are not going to do that section, which brings us to section F, or the public hearing items. We have one public hearing item tonight. Sorry, one second. That item is regarding the Parkline project. In a minute, I'm going to read the title for this item. I will warn everyone that the title is quite long, and that is for the purposes of making sure that we are properly describing what is happening for everyone here in council chambers, as well as remotely. In this public hearing, the Planning Commission may consider and adopt a resolution recommending the City Council certify the final environmental impact report, adopt CEQA findings and statement of overriding considerations for significant environmental effects, adopt a mitigation monitoring and report program, amend the general plan land use element, and amend the general plan land use map to change the land use designation for the property at 201 Ravenswood Avenue to commercial, professional, and administrative offices, amend the zoning ordinance and zoning map to create a new C1S, administrative and professional district restrictive zoning district, rezone the project site from C1X, administrative and professional district restrictive, R1S, residential single-family suburban, and P parking to the proposed C1S district, and include the X conditional development combining district overlay. Approve a conditional development permit, approve a vesting tentative map, approve a development agreement, and approve a below market rate housing agreement for the proposed Parkline Master Plan project located at 201, 301, and 333 Ravenswood Avenue and 555 and 565 Middlefield Road. The Parkline Master Plan project would redevelop the project site with a mix of uses consisting of primarily residential and office research and development (R&D) uses with small restaurant and potentially retail components. The proposed project includes the following components: 646 residential dwelling units, inclusive of 97 below market rate units, 46 townhome-style units in 2 components, and 600 apartments in 2 multifamily buildings. An approximately 1.6 acre portion of land to be dedicated to an affordable housing developer for the future construction of a 100% affordable housing development of up to 154 dwelling units, retaining 3 existing buildings of approximately 287,000 square feet for the continued operation of SRI International, otherwise known as SRI, in Menlo Park. Demolition of 2 buildings at 201 Ravenswood Avenue and approximately 1.1 million square feet within 35 buildings on the SRI campus to be replaced with up to 5 office and R&D and life science buildings, a new amenity building, and 3 parking structures. A limit of 1 million square feet of non-residential square footage, inclusive of the 3 buildings to be retained, which are buildings P, S, and T. New office and R&D space and commercial retail space. Decommissioning of the existing 6 megawatt natural gas power plant, inclusion of community serving space within the 100% affordable building, and dedication of an approximately 2.6 acre public park along Ravenswood Avenue to be built and operated by the city of Menlo Park, with the potential for the city to locate a below grade emergency water storage reservoir and well below it. The final EIR pursuant to CEQA was released on Monday, July 7th, 2025. The final EIR identifies significant and unavoidable impacts from the proposed project and project variant in the following topic areas: construction noise, construction vibration, cumulative construction noise, and historical resources. Impacts in all other topic areas were found to be less than significant or less than significant with mitigation. The Planning Commission is a recommending body on the EIR and the requested land use entitlements for the proposed project. Ms. Sandmeyer, I believe you are the staff owner for this project. Are there any updates or reports to the staff report that you would like to give?
Yes, good evening, Chair Eric and Commissioners. I have a presentation. I will share my screen and get that started.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Ms. Sandmeyer and Chair. I don't know if this is the correct time to disclose that I live within a 500-foot radius of the project. And I've received advice from the city attorney and FPPC that due to the nature of the lease, I can take part in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Doe.
All right, good evening again. So I'll be giving the presentation for the Parkline Master Plan project. So this first slide shows the meeting format. We have the introduction by staff. That's my presentation. Then presentation by the city's EIR consultant. Then we have a presentation by the applicant. Next, we have public comments, then commission questions and comments, and then the commission review and recommendation. And then this next slide shows the staff recommendation, which is for the Planning Commission to adopt a resolution recommending approval to the City Council of the following: certification of the final environmental impact report, amendments to the general plan, amendments to the zoning ordinance to add the C1S district and amend the zoning map to rezone the project site to the C1S district and incorporate a new X overlay. And the X overlay is the conditional development permit. And then adopt a below market rate housing agreement, vesting tentative map, and the development agreement. And again, the Planning Commission is the recommending body for all these actions. This slide shows the project location. So it shows the SRI campus, which is where it's currently located. It shows Burgess Park, El Camino Real, downtown, and the Caltrain station. So this slide shows the existing buildings, existing conditions. We have 38 buildings, 38 buildings for R&D and supporting uses, and then the church building. So the total here is 138 million square feet, not including the church building. And the SRI campus is currently secure campus and doesn't allow people to walk or bike through the campus. And this is the proposed site plan, up to 800 dwelling units. So the dwelling units are shown in yellow. We have townhomes and 2 multifamily buildings along Laurel Street. And then in the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield is the R3 100% affordable building and the proposed attached townhomes. And the site plan also shows the publicly accessible open space and the bicycle and pedestrian connections throughout the site. So this slide provides a summary of the general plan amendment. This would be a text amendment to the general plan commercial designation in the land use element. It would increase the floor area ratio from 40 to 50% for non-residential uses, and that would comport with the maximum floor area ratio allowed in the proposed C1S zoning district. And the amendment would also revise the description of professional and administrative office to add neighborhood serving retail and services as a compatible use. The general plan land use designation map would also be amended to change the designation of the parcel at 201 Ravenswood Avenue, which is the church parcel from residential to commercial. Then the next slide is on the conditional development permit. This would enable comprehensive redevelopment of the project site. It says permitted and conditionally permitted uses for the proposed project and limits biosafety levels, including how long the remaining biosafety level 3 labs in buildings P and T could remain. It includes modifications to the C1S zoning district regulations and municipal code section 16.92, which relates to signage regulations and sets project-specific design standards. So some of the modification include increased open space requirements and the parkland development regulations and design guidelines, which are attached and incorporated into the conditional development permit. The conditional development permit also includes phasing, operational requirements, and other project-specific conditions of approval to carry out the proposed project. Uh-oh, I'm sorry. Went forward here. Okay. Okay, I apologize. So this slide is on the development regulation and design standards that are part of the conditional development permit. So these modify zoning regulations, including allowing increased height, decreased minimum lot sizes and setbacks, and increased parking maximums for residential units. They also include project-specific design requirements, and those are specific to the individual residential and non-residential components, including massing, building modulations, building projections, exterior materials, building entrances, ground floor transparency, and frontage landscaping. And then this slide is on the draft development agreement. So this provides community benefits in exchange for vested rights for the developer. These include non-residential square footage cap of 1 million square feet, project phasing, limits on biosafety levels, including removal of the existing BSL-3 labs. So the lab in Building T would be required to be decertified by January 1st, 2027. And the existing lab in Building P would need to be decertified prior to issuance of the first residential certificate of occupancy. Other benefits include parkland dedication and funding, publicly accessible open space and event space that the city could use, transportation benefits, including a commuter shuttle or payment towards the city's shuttle, an affordable housing land dedication, and that would be for building R3, which includes up to 154 units. The pilot payment in lieu of property taxes agreement, recycled water infrastructure, sustainability benefits related to the REACH code, adherence and generators, as well as other benefits. For the applicant, the development agreement provides vested rights, including an 8-year initial term with 2 6-year extensions. It limits future impact fees, provides phased development, and streamlines review for potential amendments to the site plan. And this slide shows the below market rate housing proposal. So there would be up to 251 below market rate units, and 97% of those, or 15% of the market rate units, would be inclusionary units. And those would be available to low-income households for the rental portions. If the townhomes are for sale, that portion would be offered as moderate income to moderate income households. And that would be for the potentially 3 detached townhomes and 4 attached townhomes. And then in addition to the 15% inclusionary units, up to 154 would be 100% affordable in building R3. And so this slide again summarizes staff's recommendation that the Planning Commission adopt a resolution making these recommendations to approve the project to City Council. So thank you. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
I believe we're going to do presentations from the EIR consultant and then the applicant, and then we'll do clarifying questions from the commission.
Yes,
So
thank
okay,
you.
Perfect. I believe this is our EIR consultant.
Yes.
Please go ahead.
Shall I go ahead and share my screen on the Zoom, Corinna? Or do you have the presentation queued up?
I believe Mr. Turner will share the presentation.
Okay, I can share it on the Zoom. Great. All right. Good evening, Chair Eric and members of the Planning Commission and members of the public. Thank you for joining us tonight to discuss the final environmental impact report prepared for the Parkland project. My name is Heidi Meckelson. I'm a project director with ICF. I'm here to give you an overview of the EIR and the CEQA process, and of course, answer any questions that you may have about CEQA or the contents of this EIR. Also with us tonight, we have Kylene Kuo from Hexagon, the transportation consultant for this project. She can answer any questions that you might have about the transportation analysis for the EIR. And David Dozima, here to my left, also joins us from Kaiser Marston Associates, and he can answer any comments on the housing needs assessment prepared for the project. This presentation will clarify the purpose of tonight's hearing, provide an overview of the proposed project and the project variant evaluated in the EIR, describe the environmental review process, provide an overview of the contents of the draft EIR and the final EIR, and describe next steps. So as provided in the CEQA guidelines, an EIR is an informational document that is intended to inform public agency decision makers and the general public of the significant effects of a project, identify possible ways to avoid or substantially lessen the significant effects, and describe reasonable alternatives to a project. The purpose of the EIR is to provide detailed information about the environmental effects that could result from implementing the project, examine and identify methods for mitigating any adverse environmental impacts, and consider feasible alternatives, including the required no project alternative. This slide provides an overview of the environmental review process so far, going back to scoping in December of 2022. Between then and now, the city has released the draft EIR for public review. That happened in June 2024. We held a public hearing on the draft EIR, and we've now prepared and released the final EIR for the project. The final EIR includes written responses to all of the comments that the city received on the draft EIR and minor revisions to the draft EIR that were made in response to the comments. So I think I went up instead of down. There we go. The draft EIR, which again was released in June 2024, provides a detailed project description, a description of the environmental setting, an analysis of environmental impacts, including cumulative impacts, mitigation measures, and a reasonable range of alternatives to the proposed project and the project variant. Now, the variant is included in the EIR because during the time of preparation of the EIR, the draft EIR, the project sponsor obtained control of the property at 201 Ravenswood Avenue and incorporated it into the project design. So the EIR evaluates both the proposed project and the project variant at an equal level of detail so that it can support approval of either design. And as Karina explained, the recommended action before you tonight is to recommend approval of the project variant. The EIR covers all of the resource areas that are shown in this slide, both providing a discussion of the existing setting as well as a discussion of environmental impacts. Chapter 4 of the draft EIR evaluates the potential impacts of the project variant for all of these same topics. Impacts related to agricultural and forestry resources, as well as mineral resources and wildfire hazards, were determined not to be significant due to the project's urban setting, and so they are not addressed in detail in this EIR. In addition, the project site is an infill site located in a transit priority area, and it proposes a mixed-use residential project. Therefore, the EIR does not consider aesthetic or vehicular parking in determining the significance of impacts under CEQA, as allowed under CEQA. However, for informational purposes, I'll note that Appendix 3.1-1 of the draft EIR includes a discussion of the potential aesthetic changes as a result of the project. In terms of environmental impacts, the draft EIR identifies and classifies the environmental impacts to those resource areas as either significant, potentially significant, less than significant, or no impact. For each impact identified as being significant or potentially significant, the draft EIR identifies mitigation measures to reduce, eliminate, or avoid the adverse effect. If the mitigation measures would reduce the impact to a less than significant level, this is stated in the draft EIR. And if they would not reduce the impact to a less than significant level, then the draft EIR clarifies that the impact would be significant and unavoidable. So this slide and the following slide, and apologies for the really tiny text there, but these two slides summarize the significant and unavoidable impacts of the project and the mitigation measures that were prescribed to reduce those impacts to the extent feasible. However, we determined in our analysis that they would remain significant and unavoidable. So those include impacts related to construction noise, construction ground-borne vibration, cumulative construction noise, and historical resources. And this slide summarizes the significant and unavoidable impacts on historical resources, as well as the mitigation measures. So before we move on to the next slide, which will discuss the alternatives evaluated in the EIR, I did want to note that the final EIR studied a total of 1.38 million square feet of non-residential square footage. As Corinna mentioned, the project before you tonight includes 1 million square feet of non-residential square footage. What this means is that the final EIR likely overstates the impacts of the project, which is a permissible approach under CEQA. So in other words, the final EIR sufficiently covers the impacts of the project before you tonight, and certifying the final EIR or recommending certification of the final EIR would provide CEQA coverage for approving the project that's before you tonight. The draft EIR considered a range of reasonable alternatives as required under CEQA. These alternatives could attain most of the project's basic objectives while avoiding or substantially lessening any of the significant environmental effects of the project. Alternatives were considered to reduce the significant and unavoidable impacts associated with construction noise and vibration, but these were determined to be infeasible. Therefore, alternatives to reduce these significant and unavoidable impacts were considered but rejected in the draft EIR. The draft EIR evaluates 3 alternatives to the project variant that are preservation alternatives intended to reduce or avoid the significant historic impacts of the project, in addition to the required no project alternative. The public review of the draft EIR was an opportunity for agencies, the public, and other interested stakeholders to comment on the content of the draft EIR. CEQA requires consideration of comments on environmental issues and that the lead agency respond to comments by agencies raising significant environmental issues. The final EIR provides a response to those comments, all of the comments that we received on the draft EIR, and where appropriate, revisions to the draft EIR were made. And those are also documented in the final EIR. None of the changes that were made to the draft EIR warrant recirculation of the draft EIR. They were rather points of clarification and minor corrections. A number of comments were received from agencies, organizations, and the public, in addition to comments received from the Planning Commission itself. We often prepare master responses to address comments that appear multiple times or that require a more substantial write-up. This slide provides an overview of some of those substantial comments to which we included master responses in the final EIR. So the first is project merits and non-CEQA issues. These are issues that are outside of the scope of CEQA, including just general favor or disfavor for the project. We also prepared a master response for the Transportation Demand Management Plan, which provides detail of the project-specific TDM plan. We prepared a master response regarding the non-CEQA traffic analysis that's provided for planning and informational purposes. That, of course, is related to traffic congestion. And we provided a master response for biosafety levels. The master response clarifies that BSL-4 uses are not proposed and includes discussion of city policies and other applicable laws and industry practices that regulate biological research labs. So tonight we are on the last step of this diagram, which involves 2 components. First, tonight's Planning Commission, where a recommendation will be made to City Council. And following tonight, City Council will make a decision whether to certify the EIR and approve or deny the project. That concludes my presentation. I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. The project applicants would go ahead. That'd be great. Well, sorry, I think we need to get your mic working.
Was that good?
Much better. Thank you.
All right, take two. Good evening, members of the commission, city staff, and residents of Menlo Park. I'm Mark Murray with Lane Partners. We are a Menlo Park-based development firm. Our company's been in Menlo Park I've been in Menlo Park working there for 18 years, half a mile from this campus. I've actually been living about a half a mile from this campus for about 6 or 7 years. So this is very meaningful, to my firm on a professional level. Obviously, it's a very exciting development, but it's also very meaningful to my partners and I on a personal level as well. We were very excited to be selected by SRI to help them re-envision their campus. They're actually celebrating their 80th anniversary in Menlo Park this calendar year, and they've been a great partner to work with. Were we able to get the presentation up?
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're just waiting for the presentation to be projected, and then we will continue.
Apologize, it'll be just one moment.
Great, thank you. You can go to the next slide, please. So when Lane Partners started working with SRI, which was back in 2019, our primary assignment was to help create a new state-of-the-art research and development campus. So mainly commercial space, but with great looking buildings that were highly sustainable, that could serve as SRI's long-term home, but also attract, the best and brightest from the commercial tenant world. Next slide, please. And while that primary assignment from SRI is critical and it's something that needs to be a component of this project, SRI has been a great partner working with us and working with the greater community to try to make Parkline something much greater than just the elements that they need. We're now in year 5 of our community outreach. We've done a tremendous amount of that. As we walk you through kind of the plan evolution, we can kind of explain how that really shaped how the project moved. In general, I think the feedback has been really supportive. People love the idea of opening up the campus, having open space, having bike and pedestrian transit, adding housing, adding affordable housing. I think the biggest challenges we have faced throughout is it's a very pro-housing community. There's a very diverse constellation of kind of opinions on how much is right, how tall can you go without, changing the nature of community, like what should it look like? So that's been kind of a balancing act. And as you'll see as we talk through the history of the project, the just the scale of the housing itself in terms of units has been kind of a moving target. And then I think something that's caused concern kind of throughout the project that we've been working on is concern about the scale of the office development. And that comes in usually in the form of, traffic mitigation, comes in the form of jobs housing imbalance, RENA cycles, things like that. And as a result, I know that the commission and staff is aware of this, but for folks from the community who aren't, we're making a very substantial reduction in the commercial square footage that I'll talk more about in a moment. But at a high level, we're taking the 1.38 million square feet of commercial square footage, which has been static throughout the project since we started, because it was basically a 1-for-1 replacement of existing commercial space on site. That will be now reduced by 380,000 square feet, or about, I think it's 28 or 29%. And then in addition to that, via the DA, we are making a commitment that if we come back to add any density to the site under the DA terms, it will have to be residential and it will have to include the required BMR housing within that. So we're saying we're never going above 1 million feet on commercial, and anything we come back with, which we'll want to, because candidly, as I think was discussed a little bit at the last council hearing, that's obviously a financial problem for the project, right? That's creating a hole in the pro forma to just reduce commercial square footage. So we've been working with staff to kind of set up a regime where we have the ability to add housing in the future. Now, all of that would need to be studied. If there's any CEQA review, all the other reviews, but it's like we will have a path, and there's a fast track approval path as well on that DA, which is very helpful to us and incentivizes us to add more housing, which hopefully will get us, as we add housing, we can do that in a reasonable amount of time, as opposed to the length of time it takes, a large project like Parkline to get to where it is today. Next slide, please. And while the project has changed quite a bit over the last 5 years, our guiding principles really have not. It's really about opening up what's currently a closed campus and creating a district that not only gets used by the residents and the occupants of that district, but is really a place where, the greater community can use that as well to improve bike and pedestrian safety across town, provide significant new housing, including below market rate, promote sustainability and carbon reduction, and then try to meet all those goals while respecting the feedback we hear from neighbors and folks who show up at hearings, at our open houses, and try to make sure we're doing it in a way that comports with that feedback. Next slide, please. And so I just want to briefly kind of go through how the plan has evolved, particularly again that until this last month, the commercial square footage has been static, but the housing has increased over time, starting with 400 units back in 2021. And then ending up with 800 units today. Next slide, please. So this is just kind of an outline of where we had that initial submittal, which was the second half of 2021. And before proposing that, we had a lot of outreach with neighbors. We learned that, folks who are share a property line and have single family homes in Burgess Classics neighborhood really wanted a 2-story zone directly adjacent to their neighborhood before kind of going up to greater heights. There was general sensitivity about heights on Laurel, traffic on Laurel. So we really tried to make design changes for that. But this is where we started. After the outreach, this was kind of our best guess of, we know the community wants a significant housing project, but like where's the right kind of amount without being too much and, upsetting other folks in the community. Next slide, please. Our first public hearings were study sessions with commission and council in the summer of 2022. And I would describe the takeaway. We were seeking, guidance on, we essentially started, hey, we're at 400. We can do more, we can do less. We want clear guidance so we can proceed from there. And the net result of that was do more than 400. We think 600 is kind of a maximum, but come back with something, do what you can, and, work with the neighbors and try to get, close to 600, I think, but they did not want us going above that. Next slide, please. And so this is the scheme we resubmitted that again maintains that 2-story level of housing directly adjacent to single family homes. You have a combination of 4-story moving to 6 stories. The idea there is we're trying to get a lot of units, but we want the look and feel from the street to not be as imposing. This is also where we first added the concept of dedicating land for one building to be dedicated to a third-party nonprofit. So you could build 100% affordable housing. Next slide, please. Is there, can you go back one, Karina? I think you're going forward. Yeah, one more. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. And then we had a series of hearings with Planning Commission in December of 2022 and January of 23. And that actually got split up into 3 hearings, but it was a combination of study session, but also the scoping session for what would be the EIR. And over those 3 hearings, Commission directed us to ultimately study up to 800 units. And we really took away from that hearing, given what we heard from neighbors and everything else, like it wasn't just studying 800 units. I think the community really wanted, or at least Commission really wanted us to strive to do as many as we can. And so we started to work on that. Next slide, please. I think it's going back. Yeah, one more forward from here, please. Yeah, this is great. Thank you. And so we looked at reevaluating the area we had for housing and like, how do you fit 800 units on that? And it was feasible, and this is what it looks like. It was just doing 6 stories, kind of all down the housing district, including taking away the 2-story product directly adjacent to Burgess Classic. So we knew it was feasible and could work, but based on all the, dozens, if not hundreds of conversations we've had, this is meeting the policy goals, but it was violating a lot of what we were hearing from people in the community about look and feel and things like that. So this was a major challenge for us because it wasn't just contravening where we thought people wanted it to go, like as it relates to taking away the 2 stories on the property line. That would be a, breaking a promise essentially, which we really wanted to avoid. And so we were lucky enough to, our neighbors at 201 Ravenswood with the church were nice enough to work with us. I think they were excited about contributing their land to something that could create, more public amenities, particularly affordable housing. But that really unlocked our ability to get to an 800 scheme we thought people would still like. Next slide, please. And that's what you see on the right there. We were able to bring the church into the development plan. The church is an acre parcel, but they also have legal rights to surface parking next to their parcel. They have ingress and egress easements that kind of carve up that area. So effectively, it's more like a not buying the church has a 4 to 5 acre consequence as it relates to the potential to redevelop. So what you see on the right is getting a lot of building mass. We also changed the design entirely of the 2 large apartment buildings. So we're getting to high levels of units, but you're keeping the height down. Next slide, please. And that's where we are today with an 800 unit scheme, 31% affordable. Next slide, please. And now I'll turn it over to our design leads, but I'll be back to talk about the project community benefits as well.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Mark Finninger with Studios Architecture. Hope I don't break this. And Chair Ehrlich, Eric, and the Commissioner's pleasure to be here tonight. As you heard from Mark, how the plan and the program has evolved over time with the many meetings with you and community, I would just like to take a moment to walk you around the site. I'm pretty sure everyone here has been here, but just want to start off with stating that today the site is pretty disconnected from the community. It's as if it was a compound, a fortified compound that's secured and separate from the community and really not accessible. Next slide. Today, right at key intersections of Laurel and Ravenswood, there's items like this power substation that really has an impact on the public experience as they're walking and biking and going around the community. Next slide. Today, the buildings that sit on the site act as islands. They're surrounded by a sea of asphalt. And, it's just another element that really, impacts the visual quality, the accessible quality. Next slide. And these parking lots they're places for cars. They're not really places for people. And they're places that are designed for cars to be occupied. And so a large amount of the site today is really dedicated for vehicles. And it's just it just adds to this disconnected nature. Next, today, streets dead end into gates. Next slide, please. Public streets dead end into gates, further securing the site from the community. Next slide. And in summary, it's just really want to make it clear that today the site has this quality to the community. There's sort of there is a low quality chain link fence that surrounds the site, largely unwindowed buildings that surround the site, seas of asphalt that surround the site. And this is one of the things that we really wanted to change right at the outset. So next slide. One of the things that exists on the site today is a large number of heritage trees, large number of big trees that are left over from the Dibble Army Hospital. And so these trees that have had decades of growth, decades of being establishment, and even on Ravenswood, you see these great swaths of trees. And we wanted to start by how can we leverage this? How can we turn these established trees into a public experience from the outset? So the proposal is along Ravenswood, establishing a linear park, if you will, that connects Laurel to Middlefield and really leverage the existence of these trees that are well grown today as a way of enhancing the public experience. Next slide, please. And within this park, developing a multi-use path for people to walk and bike and really increase the connectivity, not just along the street, but in the connectivity for the city, for the site that sits on the edge of the downtown. Next slide. And this same attitude of a linear park that's right at the edge of the site, also along Laurel Street, by starting off with taking the residential units and stepping them back a healthy distance and using the heritage trees that are there to help define that step back and create another linear park as an idea of how can you really enhance that community experience along the edges from what you see today. And along Laurel Street, adding significant bike lanes, the step back. And one of the things that that was not mentioned about the evolution of the plan, the residential, one of the big evolutions about the residential was to remove primary access for parking off of Laurel Street and primary access for parking for the residentials now on Ravenswood and into the back of the residential buildings. So really removing all of that load from Laurel Street. Next. And from the very beginning, we were concerned about the connection of these new buildings. How does that integrate with the surrounding community, the single family homes at either end of the site? And initially, we felt that as you approach Burgess Classics, the townhomes there should be 2 stories, a scale that's of a kin, and then the intensity would go up and then back down as you get back to Ravenswood. So when the plan was initially 400 units, as Mark said, we were largely doing this with 2, 3, 4 and 5 story buildings. But then over time, as the request was to add more units, it just resulted in the buildings getting taller. However, the plan that we have today, through a creative use of spreading the units around the parking, been able to push the buildings back down a story or two to get back to primarily 4 stories along along Laurel. There are portions of the residential that are 5 along Ravenswood. But really this is an attempt to try to keep the height of this residential down and not have these massive buildings right in the community way. And then next slide. So now I'd like to turn it over to Charlie to talk about some of the planning and landscape ideas.
Hey, good evening. Charlie Catlett with OJB Landscape Architecture. Talking about some of the landscape and connections. As Mark was starting off with the existing bicycle and pedestrian network stops at the edges of the SRI campus, as you can see on the left diagram here. Our proposal extends and enhances this bicycle network by introducing two multi-use paths that you can see on red on the right-hand side, one from Ravenswood to Middlefield and one from Burgesses to Ringwood, along with two pedestrian paseos. Those are also in red, going from Laurel Street into our site. The design also upgrades Laurel Street bike lane to a class 4, which separates the vehiculars by a buffer to the bicycles, as well as our entire interior loop road has a class 2 bicycle lane that connects you to the existing network in Menlo Park. Next slide. And so this rendering here shows the landscape character of these new paseos. This one's coming right off of Laurel, going into our project with the open space network. So we've got tree-lined paseo and shaded seating courts all along the edges. That brings you between the residential on the left and the right-hand side. It's for pedestrian and bicycle mixed use. Next slide, please. And these renderings start to talk about the landscape character along Laurel Street. The two on the right, they talk about that setback that we've created. And this setback allows wide sidewalks, seating areas. It also allows us to preserve the heritage trees along Laurel Street and to maintain the character that's there today and even enhance it in the future. In the bottom left-hand corner, we've got an image of the recreational open space that's at the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield. And in the distance there, you can see the character of the residential proposed in that corner. Next slide, please. And with the commercial landscape character, it's really designed to be a series of interconnected public open spaces that are linked together by pedestrian paths. And these renderings represent what the look and feel of some of those spaces would be. So in the top left-hand corner, that's your entrance off of Ravenswood into the campus, so wide open sidewalks that's inviting you to the central green areas. On the top right-hand side is an example of a small, flexible event lawn that people are using, and then surrounded by that, we've got shaded courts that have movable furniture in them. In the bottom left-hand corner there, you can see that those are outdoor work pods that support the commercial office use in that area. And on the bottom right, an F&B building that is surrounded by patio, open to the public, so you can come and enjoy that space and sit out overlooking the rest of the open space provided. Next slide. All right. Thank you. With that, turn it back over to you.
So we're extremely proud of the community benefits package we were able to put together. It includes land dedications to the city for recreation space, cash payments to the city to first do outreach to understand what the community wants to see as best use for recreation space, but then money also to design and construct that area. Making a dedication to a third-party nonprofit to build 100% affordable housing building, as well as significant other community benefits, including, much needed housing and affordable housing. Next slide, please. So in terms of opening up this campus to the community, it's not just about having, new green space that used to be asphalt and having bike trails. Those are a big part of it. But we also want this to be amenitized space where people can spend time and really use it. So we're going to have amenities like a dog park, children's playground. There'll be bike repair station, abundant bike parking. But we're also designing it to have event spaces as well. And then we're also making a legal commitment to the city that they can have events on the project as well. Next slide, please. And this is just some of the amenities we intend to include with the open space during the architectural phase. Next slide, please. And so for housing, again, we found a way to what we hope is a palatable execution on the 800 units. I think what we're most proud of in this entire project is that 31% of our proposed housing will be at below market rate, which is the highest level ever proposed in Menlo Park. And something that's relatively new in the project is we are making those 46 townhomes for sale. So you will also have a component of market rate and BMR for sale units as well. Next slide, please. We've obviously tried very hard to make the project bike and pedestrian friendly. I think we really approached this from the beginning as, right now as designed, the site's like this big kind of blockage in the center of town, and we wanted to make it connective tissue. So, if you're an MA student who lives in Linfield Oaks, you're more likely to ride your bike because your path of travel is going to get faster and safer and a nicer experience. But we did that not just through bike trails through the project. We also proposed to improve all the city streets around it. And one example of that is we're adding class 4 bike lanes on both sides of Laurel, all the way from Ravenswood to Burgess. And really our goal there is we heard a lot of concerns. My kids go to Encinal School, and I know the folks who live in Linfield Oaks and nearby do as well. So I know Laurel is kind of that main, you have the mass migration at school time, and there are a lot of kids on that road. So class 4 bike lanes are the highest level of safety. They actually have a curb or something dividing traffic lanes from the bike lanes. But that's one example of some of the things we've done. And then we're also making a $2 million financial contribution to off-site bike and ped improvements, like the Middle Avenue Tunnel would be one example for that. Next slide, please. We've designed this project to have a massive positive impact on reducing carbon and sustainability generally. And that's not just from replacing older buildings with newer ones. We are literally recreating all of the utilities on the site, which has a very large cost associated with it. But that allows us to do things like decommission the existing cogeneration plant, which obviously produces a lot of carbon. All of the buildings will be electric with photovoltaics. But one thing I wanted to point out from a utility standpoint is we're putting in recycled water infrastructure all the way from Middlefield and Ringwood, all the way across to Laurel. And they're going to have multiple connection points that the city or other neighborhoods can use to tie into that. Because right now, West Bay's current plan is to bring the infrastructure to the Middlefield side of our site, but then we would traverse it and allow the city to have future connection points there. Next slide, please. And then we had a study session with the council this past May. That was really the main catalyst from continuing to hear concerns about, the amount of square footage of office space and things like that. But we've been trying to adapt things based on that as well. Next slide, please. And the main one, as I mentioned before, is making a very significant reduction in the total commercial space. And just to be completely clear, this includes PS&T, meaning if they're still there and not being redeveloped, that counts as 280,000 feet towards the 1 million. So effectively, we're at 720,000 square feet today, and then we need to do redevelopment of those buildings in the future to get anywhere close to that 1 million. Next slide, please. BSL-3 labs, concerns with that type of lab came up, I think, probably this calendar year, but relatively recently in the process. We've agreed to both the prohibition of any new labs in the new space, but also there's 2 small existing BSL-3 capable labs with SRI, and you can see in the DA we're agreeing to fade those out in a reasonable amount of time. Next slide, please. And then this ties into the reduction in commercial square footage as well, but particularly, the concerns with RHNA. And I think RHNA concerns are kind of twofold. We're in the middle of a housing element right now that we need to execute on. And then 2, hey, what happens what happens in the future based on what we're approving now. And so just to recap where we are versus currently the Menlo Park's housing element is carrying in their assumptions our original submittal, which was 400 units, and then 60 units of those would be affordable. So we're obviously doubling the total amount of aggregate units based on what you're carrying in the housing element. But more importantly, we're delivering over 4 times the number of affordable units than what the housing element is assuming. And I think everyone would agree that delivering, low income and very low income housing is going to be the biggest challenge in delivering the RHNA. And then as it relates to future RHNA cycles, it's a very complicated process, but we've heard comments kind of repeatedly that the office space, new office space at Parkline is going to cause future RHNA cycles to be harsher on Menlo Park. And that is not our understanding of how that works. Our land use council is here tonight and can help engage in that discussion. I know the commission's done some research on that as well, but it's really kind of a regional look at housing and at commercial and housing and other factors. So that precise location doesn't have any bearing on your future RHNA obligations. Next slide, please. And I mentioned the 31% BMR for the original 800. Next slide, please. So this is an important financial element that doesn't technically count as community benefits because its property taxes are kind of their own element. But because SRI has been here for so long and because they're a nonprofit, they're paying on a tax basis last year of $33 million. And we're projecting to have a tax basis of $2.3 billion when the project is completely built out. And as you'll see, if you look at the line items, the commercial project is a huge part of that revenue for the city, for the local schools. And I think it's very important to understand that. And also one concern that was raised, I think a couple of years ago at council was, well, what if a big university comes in and buys the site once you approve it? We lose all of this, right? Or at least most of it. So we've agreed to a pilot program, which stands for payment in lieu of tax. So if anyone who qualifies as a nonprofit who doesn't have to pay for the property taxes by that right would have an legal obligation under the DA to pay the amount the city would be getting otherwise. So you'd be protected from that scenario. We don't think that's very likely, but we wanted to address that concern. Next slide, please. And so we, now obviously we're approving or we're hoping to get approved the EIR, our current master plan, with those restrictions in the DA on limiting commercial development. But we have a lot of other milestones to get to. We'll still be coming back for architectural review. We do very fully intend to come back and try to add housing. That's going to take future studies. We'll have to amend the CDP, do whatever studies are named under CEQA, but we do plan on, that is our plan of attack for compensating for the lost commercial square footage. But again, per the DA, that's the only thing we can do to add density to the site in the future. But the milestone we're at today, while there's a lot of work in front of us beyond that, is really critical. Again, we're in year 5 of the public process. I think the most acute concern is we're already paying extension payments to the church. And as we talked about, that is really kind of the linchpin of that second housing district and making dedications to the city and to a nonprofit affordable developer. If we lose the church, a lot of that is going to become very difficult, if not impossible. So we need to stay on track because we can't buy that church without, we're not interested in buying the church without having it be a part of the Parkline project. And I think we're getting to a point contractually where we're spending money on something we don't know is feasible yet. So that's kind of the urgency I wanted to express. And, we hope we made enough changes to meet that next milestone and keep going. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sandmeyer, Mr. Murray, Ms. Mickelson. Okay. All right, before we move to public comment, we're going to take clarifying questions from commissioners. All our commissioners are very experienced, but I will just say, given we have a lot of folks here who are waiting to make public comment, I would ask all commissioners to keep their clarifying questions truly to be clarifying, and there will be further conversation and discussion after public comment. With that, are there any clarifying questions from commissioners? Okay. In that case, we will move to public comment for this item. Mr. Turner, I'm going to ask you in a minute to provide instructions regarding public comment. I'll just say I'm going to wait a minute after the instructions for public comment requests to filter in, and then we're going to see how many public comments we have and make a determination about timing in order to make sure that we can do what we need to do in this meeting. So, Mr. Turner, could you please provide instructions regarding public comment and start the comment period? Thank you.
Yes, once again, if you would like to give public comment and you're with us tonight in council chambers, please fill out a comment card. They're located at the back of the room, and hand that to me. If you're participating via Zoom tonight, click that raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. And if you're calling in from a phone, you can click *9 on your phone, and that will let me know you have a public comment. So I'll give it a few minutes here before I report out on the number of commenters. So right now we have 10 in person and 8 online.
Okay, that's right on the border. Okay, we will leave it as that's under 20. We'll leave it at 3 minutes per public commenter.
Great. So I think I'll start with the in-person and then go to online. So our first speaker will be Peter Lezak, and then followed by Sue Connolly, who has donated time from 2 others. So give me 1 second to bring up the timer.
Sorry, and Mr. Turner, just to clarify, the 18 public comments includes
the donated time.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Chair, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Pete Lezak. I'm here representing the owners of the McCandless Triad office buildings. These are at 525, 535, 545 McCandless Drive Road. And we're the property between Ringwood and Seminary off of off Middlefield Road. And the concerns that we have are for the quiet enjoyment of our office tenants and employees. These folks work in these office buildings from 8 in the morning until 6 p.m. They've been there for many years. And we're very concerned about the traffic, particularly potential cut-through traffic. The access on what's called D Street, which is Ringwood, is actually our private driveway. It's not a public street. And we've been very concerned about the parking garages next door. I want to call out my much great appreciation to Mark Murray and his giving us time to meet with him. And in response to our concerns, they have moved the parking garages back off of our property line. We really appreciate that. But our concern is for cut-through traffic coming through our property to those parking garages. We'd really like to see the parking garages lowered. If there's 28% less office space being used, then we think that the parking garages should be 28% smaller. We noticed in the new TDM plan that there are monitoring stations to try to prevent cut-through traffic, but there's no accountability in the TDM plan for what happens if all these folks don't take public transportation, if all these folks don't take the Ravenswood entrance to the project, if they're all cutting through our property. So we'd recommend that some additional accountability be added to the CDP for cut-through traffic. One thing we'd suggest is that there be a gateway put on our private property line on our property, similar to what is there now. We'd also like to see some of the transportation funds used for additional transportation improvements along Middlefield. We noticed that in the level of service analysis, that all of those intersections went from C to F. So in the prior version of CEQA, you wouldn't have been able to do that without unavoidable, significant and unavoidable impacts. And then lastly, I will speak to construction noise. We're very concerned about construction noise. It was identified as significant and unavoidable, but in condition 11.22, all you see is a construction fencing plan that's required, which is really short shrift for something that's considered to be that significant of an impact. We'd like to see some monitoring be added to the construction noise element, and that the planning for construction traffic coming through to the project avoid our entrance. So with that, we'd like to say that generally we are supportive of the project. We'd like to see improvements done to the area, but we'd like to see it mitigated so that we don't have any impacts to our tenants and employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker will be Sue Connolly with donated time from Rob Connolly and Joanne Goldberg. So you'll get a total of 9 minutes. And then our next speaker will be Brooke. So let me restart your timer here.
Great. Thank you very much. I have been a longtime resident. I actually grew up here, rode my bike to Nativity School. So, and I care very much about the community. I live in Burgess Classics. I don't have children, but I'm very concerned about the children in our overall Menlo Park community. And a lot of my concerns are not for me, but for our community, for our benefit. So what I'd like to say is that as other residents will be talking, I agree with all their points, but for the sake of time, I'm going to try to concentrate on things that relate to Burgess Classics. But I think that Linfield Oaks and many of the surrounding neighborhoods, in fact, anyone living in Menlo Park is going to be significantly impacted by the utter gridlock that's going to be happening. It's already happening on Ravenswood and Laurel already. So emergency services, children trying to get to school, that kind of, when we lost a teacher just 2 months ago, right? Just as he was ready to pull into the school on his bike. I'm really concerned that we have these safeguards that we build in. And so anyway, what we did find out that, so the things about the other residents who talk about traffic gridlock, parking and traffic clogging surrounding neighborhoods is inadequate parking in the complex, in the development will push people into the streets, the surrounding streets to find parking. That's going to be a safety issue to pedestrians and children. And most importantly, it's going to clog and add more traffic and pollution to everyone. I do know that the theory is that if you make it difficult enough for people to park, that they'll use public transit. I, for one, can't do it. I've got some limitations myself physically. I can't carry 4 bags of groceries from Trader Joe's. People have to pick up children from daycare. They can't just put them all on a bike. So I know that there's some really altruistic ideas about having everybody use transit, but in reality, we're not there yet. And transit is really, really imperfect right now. Due to the time limit, I want to address specifically for Burgess Classics, but it doesn't mean I don't care about the surrounding community. I just concur with what other people will be saying. We've worked very closely with Mark Murray and his team, and he's been really great about really hearing us and trying to incorporate some concessions and protections. However, we just found out that unless it's encoded in the developer agreement, there's no protection for us. And if for whatever reason, another developer or SRI decides to sell off parts of the property, parse it out, there's no protection. After Mark and his team build this out, as we hope, the management team or management company will be a completely different entity. So we need to make sure these safeguards remain into perpetuity, because we're talking about families, homes, and we're sharing property lines. So I would like to ask each of you on the Planning Commission to really try to put yourselves in our place. And if you had this big project literally in your backyard, please consider what we're saying and what we're requesting and the safeguards that we are simply asking to preserve some semblance of quality of life. So what we'd like to ask, and again, there are 33 families. Many of us work from home. We've got a new baby that just arrived, another one that's coming. So we've got young families, mature families with teenagers and people using sporting events and riding bikes to school. So we're representative of really what's all throughout Menlo Park here. My request is that we specifically add to the developer agreement the agreements that we've had with Mark and his team for the safeguard to ensure they remain, because we just need to make sure that the things we're counting on, things we've been asking for occur. So number one, our request is to keep the height limits agreed to with Lane Partners and make sure they're codified in the developer agreement for the new apartments, townhomes, and namely parking garage number 3, which is along the entire back wall of all of us in Burgess Classics. It's important to note that we will additionally have a very busy street behind our homes. All of the 2,400 new residents that are going to be in the 800 units will be using that circular road. And then people who are using the offices will be using the circular road. There's not a lot of ingress and egress. So we're also going to have people who are cutting through, as the gentleman from McCandless mentioned, trying to put the gridlock on Ravenswood and the gridlock on Middlefield. So already we're going to have very busy, loud traffic immediately behind our homes. So also in the developer agreement, specifically for the garage number 3, Mark and team agreed to keep the footprint of the 44.5 foot height would remain the same as the current SRI building. And right now the zoning allows almost double. So imagine if you had a 7-story building looking right into your bedroom. I mean, literally, all the bedrooms, all the living spaces are on the back of our homes with that wall that we share. So this is really significant. We also want to make sure that with that garage, we were talking to Mark about having a solid wall that is facing the homes. So that'll protect us with a lot of the noise, cars starting up, the exhaust pollution, everything that's going on, and again, car headlights going right into our bedrooms. We also agreed to ensure safety and security by having office use only for this garage. We know that with the shortage, cutting down the parking spaces allotted for the residential, and also with the community access building in the middle of the property, there's going to be a lot of competition for that space, and having 24/7 sound, noise, people, exhaust is going to be absolutely untenable. So Mark agreed that it would be for office use only, and it would be gated key card access, and we really need to make sure that's in the developer agreement. We also are asking for a protective fence because currently SRI is a gated and protected secure area. Our fences are only 55 inches high, like that. So, and there's a little bit of lattice work, wooden lattice work on top. So we need to have a security fence to make sure people aren't hopping over and coming into our private homes or peering in, because there's going to be a street there and then a little bit of a grassy area. So in short, we're asking that all of the things that we have with Mark, the heights, the footprint of building or parking lot number 3, and also what we talked to you about as well is with this construction, it's going to be long, it's going to be noisy, it's going to be dirty, and it's going to be unsafe. I have compromised lungs. I've been in the hospital multiple times with these darn lungs. And, I've had to shut the windows and do all this just with things going on with SRI. We do need to have safety fencing and screening for all of the dust and dirt, and also as they remove contaminated materials and the biohazard materials, we need some safeguards there. And we've got little children, brand new babies, older people like me who are vulnerable. Please build those in as concessions. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Brooke, followed by Steve Schmidt.
Thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Brooke. I'm a Menlo Park resident for almost 2 decades, so thank you for listening tonight and hearing us. Thank you also for your expertise. So I'm really just turning to you all tonight for your expertise to balance a developer and the developer's needs and then the needs of our current and future community. So thank you for voicing your opinions and helping us as we guide through this. I think one of the city staff points I'm going to have to take a gentle disagreement with, which was 7D, that this project will not cause a detriment to the general health and well-being and safety of the community. I'm not saying I'm against the project. I'm for it. I think it's great. I'm very excited by it. I just want us to do it really thoughtfully and with some safeguards in place for the community as it grows. One of the biggest things, there's so many topics, but one of the biggest things I want to touch upon today would just be Laurel and the traffic on Laurel. For years now, we've repeatedly asked for a mock-up of what this would look like without any traffic egress or ingress on Laurel, and it has never been provided. Lane has been wonderful about trying to work with it, and they even mentioned that they offloaded a lot, but again, that's not really in any of the agreements that I can see. And the design itself is a U-shaped design into Laurel, into one of the main residential things, which suggests you can do ingress and egress. And so I don't know how to safeguard that. How do we actually assure that in the future we're actually safeguarding Laurel? The reason I bring it up is the city plan, the master plan, which I believe you guys said in your intro, is something that you have to look at these projects and make sure they adhere to. So the city plan, as defined by Menlo Park, has Laurel as a neighborhood street. It is intended for prioritizing bikers and pedestrians. And so I just want to be really cautious as we're putting thousands of more cars onto it every day. It's great that you're going to do a class 4 bike pathway. I bike every day. I bike everywhere. My kids bike everywhere. However, the biggest point of impact is a driveway. So you can have all the class 4s you want, but you have a car coming in or a car coming out, and that is where people get killed. So I just want to really ask your guys, thoughtful approach to when you look at this design, are we doing the right by that, what the city plan calls a neighborhood street? And just for everyone to really wrap their mind around the scope of this project, the 2 most recent projects in Menlo Park, the Stanford Plaza and then Springline, are all 200 units. We're looking at 800 units. And those 200 unit projects each are in El Camino. It's a 6-lane road, right? So I just want to take a big breath, pause, and just make sure we're advocating for the project to be done thoughtfully and with our community in mind. And so I turned to you all to how do we put those safeguards in place? And if we can just look at some of the designs and make sure that the project goes on, we're going to have very much needed housing. That's wonderful. It looks beautiful. But how do we do it in a way that actually balances the community needs as well? So thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Steve Schmidt, followed by Vincent Bressler.
Good evening, commissioners. I'll try and make this short, under 3 minutes. I noticed that Mr. Murray said that office development isn't driving our arena problems. And given the history of Menlo Park having a reputation as building a lot of office and not sufficient amounts of housing, I find that hard to believe after Facebook built 2 million square feet of office buildings and no housing. So I think it's in our interest to try and build projects that are heavy on housing and light on office. With that in mind, I've got an idea that shouldn't interfere with Lane Partners' schedule for this project, and that would be to modify the phasing of the project that's outlined in the EIR so that 100% of the housing is built first. And given the high vacancy rate for office on the peninsula, and in this area, it's something in the neighborhood of 30%. It will give the Lane partners an opportunity to evaluate this vacancy rate and to see what happens to the office market. Because I think the right thing to do is to pause the office building development until the last possible moment. And there's an option where Lane could transfer its development right to office granted by the council and by the planning commission to housing. So part of that prime part of the site that's now devoted to office could become housing. The other thing that struck me about the EIR was that there were two alternatives that are determined to be infeasible. One was an increase in housing for the basic project, and the other was to do a 100% housing project. And both those were dismissed as infeasible, and I think they should have been studied. And if you have an opportunity to modify the EIR or do a supplemental EIR on those two alternatives, that would be appreciated by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker is Vincent Bressler, followed by Paul Colaci.
Thank you. I share Steve's concerns about the housing imbalance and what it's doing to our city. We already see people disagreeing about what's happening downtown and the burdens that are being placed on the city to build more housing. As a planning commissioner, I was a planning commissioner for 8 years. I couldn't support any project that increases the housing deficit. I find it a little alarming that no one's actually talked directly about that here tonight. Back of the envelope computations that I've done show that we're looking at least a 500, maybe up to 2,000 unit deficit from this project as currently configured, even with the reduction. And all the discussion about commercial, it's all about square footage. But we've already given up an employee cap, which is incredibly important leverage that we had to reduce the amount of housing that's allocated to this project and therefore our housing deficit associated with it. I just think it's irresponsible to increase the housing deficit. I don't know where we're going to put all these people. They're talking about building on the parking lots around Burgess. At some point, it becomes a real impact on the quality of life and public amenities in the city. And it's a problem that you're all going to be dealing with. We scramble every time there's a housing element to figure out what to do. It just gets harder and harder and harder. The state seems to be telling us don't add commercial unless you have the housing. I think that we should listen to that and stop doing this. So you have the ability to say no here, and I think this should go back, and the employee cap should be put in place. I don't know why that was given away or what we got for it, but it's costing us dearly if we go forward with this kind of housing imbalance. And I'm like I said, I'm just shocked that we're not talking about this directly. This should be the #1 issue that's discussed in this chamber tonight. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Colaci, followed by Bob McDonald.
Hi, my name is Paul Colaci. I've been hearing tonight multiple times of office reductions on the order of 381 or 281 or however many thousand square feet. And I'm not sure that's true. In my reading of the CDP that you're going to be approving and the developer agreement you're going to be approving, there's a loophole. And here's how the loophole works. You're basically going to approve project plans for the original 1.1 million square feet. You're going to approve zoning changes and CDP changes that allow for 95-foot office buildings, even though they're no longer needed anymore. You're going to eliminate all other obstacles to that original 1.1 million square foot project, except for the 1 million square foot commercial cap. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the development agreement, there's a modified project plan that contemplates eliminating buildings P, S, and T in favor of housing. That's a good thing. But it also frees up 287,000 square feet of commercial development that can then be redeployed elsewhere on the site, namely as new office, as part of the approvals that you've already made. And so as far as I can see, no one can do anything about it. They can just take that 287,000 square feet that are allocated as PS&T and rebuild them as part of the original project plan. There's a difference between SRI lab and office. And so I would, they shouldn't be converted from 1-to-1 in square footage. It's like the difference between dollars and yen. Converting 287,000 square feet of PS&T and moving it over as office is not a good idea. To give you an idea of the intensity, the 700 employees on PS&T will generate about 900 trips. If you redeploy that as office and fill it with R&D users, it'll generate about 3,100 trips. So that's about a 4-to-1 intensity. The employment density would increase if you convert the PS&T into office building. The jobs housing imbalance will increase, everything will increase. So what I'd like to ask you to do is to close this loophole. And the way that you can close that loophole is one of two ways. You can either ask that the commercial cap not be a commercial cap, but it be an office cap, a project office cap, and set it at 731,000 square feet. Or you can just have a commercial cap of of 731,000 square feet exclusive of PS&T. And that way PS&T, if it ever gets converted to housing, cannot then be redeployed elsewhere on the site as brand new office. As far as the larger debate is concerned, I appreciate the reductions or the alleged reductions in office. I think it's not enough. I was part of the original council in 1997 that put the employee count protections in there to prevent from what's actually happening right now. I have 3 seconds left. I'd love to tell you about it. There's not enough time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Our next speaker will be Bob McDonald, followed by George Cheng.
Commissioners, good evening. I'm Bob McDonald. I'm here representing the members of the church at 201 Ravenswood, which is the First Church of Christ Zionist Menlo Park, or the Christian Science Church in town. I sent you an email today. It's in your packet. Some of you may have read it. Please read it when you get a chance. I just want to emphasize some of the points from it. First thing I'm going to say is contextually, this project came at a time when our church had reached an independent conclusion that it was time for us to sell our property and right-size our footprint for our current congregation. The next point I'd make is that in January 24, when we entered into the purchase option agreement with Lane Partners, a major factor for our membership was in selecting Lane as our potential purchaser was that the sale would help facilitate much needed housing, especially affordable housing, as part of the Parkline project, as well as open space and other community features. We are in full support of it. We advocate the timely approval of this project. However, to protect our interests, our contract with Lane includes limited timeframes for Lane to achieve entitlements and proceed with the purchase of our property so that we can protect our interest and the future of what our congregation is, where we're going to go and how we're going to be. In the letter, I offered my contact information. I'm happy at any time to discuss with any of you any of the things that are in this letter. So please feel free to take that up at any time. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be George Cheng, and then we will move to our online speakers, starting with Adina Levin.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is George Cheng. I live on Ravenswood Avenue, actually directly across from 201 Ravenswood. Literally, I look out my bedroom window and I can see the top of the church. My family's lived there since 2010. We value the quiet, private character of that neighborhood. When I was reviewing the agenda packet, I noticed attachment N, which showed a dramatic jump in the current two-story building to a six-story apartment complex directly in front of my house. That greatly concerned me because our side of Ravenswood Avenue is made up of single-story ranch-style houses. A six-story structure right in front of my house will allow residences there to look directly into the windows of my house. This would be blocking our sunlight, removing our privacy, and casting shadows where we used to saw open sky. I believe that this design, currently as it stands, is out of scale, intrusive, and unsafe for us. Hundreds of new residences can look through our window, and my family, which includes seniors, women, and small children, I have 2 kids now under the age of 3, feeling exposed and vulnerable, especially at night. So I just urge the Planning Commission to reevaluate the design of that particular parcel, to reject the existing designs, and to just require alternatives to respect the existing neighborhood character. So please take this into serious consideration just to preserve the essence of that particular neighborhood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. So our next speaker will be Adina Levin, followed by Kevin Rennie. And Adina, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, and also part of Menlo Together that has been reaching out to community members that are generally really eager to address our shortage of housing and affordable housing. And in the many years now that this project has been in the planning phase, we are very happy to see the increase in the amount of housing and affordable housing, including the very latest potential changes of further reducing the amount of office and increasing the amount of housing relating to the current change in the market and our ongoing need for more homes and affordable homes. Really glad to see in this project all of the attention to the street safety improvements, particularly for people walking and biking, which is really great in this central location in the city, as well as the green and recreational space that is offered in the city. I have a couple of comments on the transportation demand management, which is good to see that this will be overall part of the project. This point I'm about to make is a little bit in the weeds, but the region overall is making some progress on creating a multi-agency transit pass, which is something that actually the city itself uses for its employees. And this is, successful and popular. So the way that this is written, I believe, should accommodate changes in transit passes that allow it to be multi-agency to help more people be able to come and go and, have less need for driving. Speaking of that and hearing the comment of the gentleman from the nearby office building who was concerned about traffic, one thing that can go into a TDM plan is participating in a transportation management association. That one really good practice is making that open to nearby existing businesses who have the ability to opt in, so that if we have a transportation management association that is buying transit passes and providing other transportation benefits, existing office workers would be able to take advantage. And so for people for whom it would work, they would also have the advantage of those transportation alternatives. Wanted to really thank the Planning Commission for considering and the developer for working for the community all this time. Would urge support of the project and recommending it favorably. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kevin Rennie, followed by Naomi Goodman. Kevin, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Planning Commission members, I'm Kevin Rennie from the Willows neighborhood. I'm speaking today as a private citizen. I really appreciate all the time and energy that's gone into this report and ongoing since the start of it all. I'll make it short, wanted to echo the concerns raised by the residents of the Burgess Classic neighborhood. I ride my bike at least weekly on Laurel. We did summer camps at Menlo College and Encinal, and I think it's critical infrastructure and it needs more attention of how this project's going to impact it. In the general comment about jet area intersections going from a C to an F is quite highly concerned on my behalf, as most of our transportation within Menlo Park is by biking or walking. One other point, due to the state RHNA numbers, I would like to see this project net positive for Menlo Park housing. And I would like Lane Partners to reach out to our state representatives and further possibly assist or motivate the state to look at regions instead of one particular city. Menlo Park has, I believe it's 3,000 compared to our neighbors that in Atherton, Menlo Park, Woodside, that have the richest areas with the lowest amount of housing. And then part two of that, I do feel like there has been concerns raised in reaching out to the community about bike and pedestrian safety, but I do believe the Complete Streets Commission has not been reached out to, and I would like to see that happen. Just in good faith to get them involved, as the city council has tasked them with reviewing any large developments of land use. And I believe this is one of the largest other than Menlo Park has had. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Naomi Goodman, followed by Elia Kazemi. Naomi, you should be able to.
Yes, thank you. My name's Naomi Goodman. I'm a 40-year resident of Menlo Park. I've previously expressed concerns related to the BSL-3 labs and buildings P&T. I want to thank Lane Partners and ICF for their response to my comments and for providing an expert opinion on the safety record of BSL-3 labs. I don't contest that the industry has a good safety record overall, but the age of the SRI buildings and proximity to future residences requires extra caution. I strongly support the provisions in the development agreement that SRI will decommission their BSL-3 facilities and that any new R&D buildings will not accommodate BSL-3. Please include a process in the development agreement to ensure this agreement is kept by SRI and their future tenants with consequences for violations. I'm also concerned about the lack of an employee cap and its impact on jobs, housing ratios, and traffic. The master response in the EIR simply says that CEQA does not require consideration of jobs housing ratio unless the city has a policy. It's long past time for the city to develop a policy. The 5 new commercial buildings could accommodate over 4,000 workers if they're leased to startup offices, more than twice the number of residents in the new housing. Please reconsider requiring an employee cap. We can't improve housing affordability if we keep adding more housing, more high-paying jobs than we do housing. I also wanted to note that the pretty drawings of the future commercial buildings that were shown by Mark violate the requirements for bird-friendly design in a number of different ways, including areas of reflective glass, transparent corners and railings, and so forth. These look like your basic cookie-cutter modern bioscience buildings, but we need to do better. Menlo Park needs to have stronger bird-safe design standards. Thank you. I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Elia Kazemi, followed by David Crabb. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Elia Kazemi. I'm an attorney with Lozano Smith. Our firm represents the Sequoia Union High School District, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the school district regarding this project. Specifically here to highlight the inadequacies of the city's environmental review of the project. For over a decade, the district has raised concerns about the cumulative impact of large-scale residential development projects such as this one. The Parkland project is just the latest in a series of developments that will bring more families and more students into already overburdened schools. As enrollment grows, school facilities become less functional, directly affecting the quality and efficiency of its educational programs. In its comment letter on the draft EIR, the district outlined the gaps in environmental analysis, especially regarding cumulative impacts and non-facility related impacts. CEQA requires a full review of all significant environmental impacts, including those indirectly affecting schools. Unfortunately, the city continues to dismiss the district's concerns, relying heavily on SB 50 and Government Code 65996 to claim that school impact fees are sufficient to mitigate these impacts on the district. But case law is clear. SB 50 limits developer fees, not CEQA review. CEQA still mandates analysis and mitigation of school-related impacts. There are many costly impacts associated with growth that do not directly relate to the ability to accommodate new students. These examples include increased traffic and road safety concerns, safety measures to address pedestrian travel to school, and noise pollution requiring soundproofing. The EIR claims that the district will be able to accommodate the students generated directly and indirectly by this project, but by its own admission, the city does not know where these students will be accommodated. Concerningly, it also admits that future enrollment trends were not used to inform their analysis despite ongoing development in the area. Without knowing which schools will absorb new students, the city cannot assess traffic shifts, safety needs, and environmental impacts. CEQA demands analysis of cumulative impacts when they are considerable, and here they very clearly are. The district is not opposing development. Its goal is to advocate for responsible planning that supports the entire community. The district has proposed constructive solutions in the past, such as the inclusion of school facility improvements through the city's community amenities process, but those suggestions have been disregarded. The district is prepared to work with the city and developers, as it has in the past, to ensure that new development strengthens not only housing, but also the city's educational needs. Thank you so much for your time, and I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be David Crabb, followed by a phone participant with the last digits 8295. And David, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Chair Eric and Planning Commission members. I'm a member of Sierra Club's Sustainable Land Use Committee. We previously commented on the DEIR and the development agreement, and are pleased that the plan has evolved positively over time and includes some very robust sustainability proposals, including electric buildings. We also are very pleased that the staff report has responded to one of our primary concerns, which was biosafety. We strongly support the staff's report recommendations and the agreement with Lane that limits the BSL 1 and 2 labs on the rest of the site, and sets deadlines to decommission the two existing SRI BSL 3 labs on campus. And especially pleased that staff recommends that any BSL 3 activity in existing building P, which is smack in the middle of the development, will be decommissioned before the proposed new housing units that are planned to wrap around building P are occupied. So we urge the city to include the development agreement specifically of the biosafety recommendations in the staff report before approving either the EIR or the development agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be a phone participant with the last number 8295. You should be able to unmute yourself by clicking *6.
Good evening. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you, but if you can speak up a little bit, that would be great.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission. I'm Will Ostler, a District 3 resident. I serve on the Housing Commission, but tonight I'm speaking as a private resident. The project comes before the Housing Commission. I'll consider the facts and public input at that time. This development is very close to home for me. I walk my dog along Laurel Street across from Burgess Park nearly every day. I'm very excited to see it moving forward. The empty lots and buildings have felt like a missed opportunity every time I walk past. I think this is the right kind of development in the right place. I appreciate how responsive the developer has been to city and community feedback. I'm especially enthusiastic about the added public space near my home. I really value the multi-pronged approach to BMR housing that this developer has taken. I'm looking forward to hearing more about the plans for the 100% affordable portion, and I would encourage the commission to keep in mind the time-sensitive nature of negotiations the developer's under there. On the whole, I think this is a very well-planned project. I hope it moves forward tonight, and as a neighbor, I'm excited to see it take shape in its current form. Yeah, thank you. I yield my time back.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Patty F., followed by Karen Grove. Patty, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, I'm Patty Fry. I sent several letters. I didn't think they went through to the Planning Commission, and I hope that you will be asking staff and some of the questions that I posed there. I do want to add, and I'm glad others pointed this out, that it appears that the reduction in office really isn't that much, because what was studied before was 1.1 million square feet of incremental non-residential, and now it has 1.0 million square feet of incremental non-residential. And I think that's a real issue because before, the SRI buildings that were going to stay there are really, really low impact. And they could be replaced wholly by high impact non-residential. So I would like you to consider removing them, because in most of the analyses in the EIR, they were considered part of the existing conditions, not part of the incremental growth, and remove it from the development agreement as an option for later, but not as part of the developable square feet of non-residential. What we really want, and you've heard it again and again and responded nicely so far, is to replace non-residential with residential. And I love that's something that Lane is willing to consider. But the way to do it is to deal with it when the time comes and let PST buildings continue to survive there, but not be included in the redevelopable square feet. Hope that makes sense. Now, I'd like to also ask the commission to consider, if you haven't had a chance to really scour the development agreement and CDP, to consider tackling those another time. I've skimmed them both. They're pretty deep, but a couple of things struck me that don't make a lot of sense. One is that it looks like there is an exception that could be made to jump if a big non-residential project comes forward. Another thing is, and develop all non-residential. Another is that 5% of the housing may not be built because of field adjustments. Well, couldn't the units be just smaller and not have fewer units? That's 40 units. 40 units that might not be built. Anyway, there are other details, and I hope you will take the time to scour those and look into them yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. Our next speaker will be Karen Grove, followed by Brielle Jong. Karen, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Karen Grove. I live in Menlo Park, and I am speaking today for myself and for Menlo Together. Menlo Together envisions a city that is integrated and diverse, multi-generational, and environmentally sustainable. We believe that our city can and must build more homes across all levels of affordability, especially near transit and downtown services and parks, using all electric construction and with great access for bicyclists and pedestrians. Given our vision for Menlo Park, it should not be a surprise that we enthusiastically support this proposal. We encourage you, the Planning Commission, to adopt the resolution recommending City Council approve of the proposed Parkline redevelopment of the SR campus without delay. Lane and SRI have been extremely responsive to community input and incredibly creative and tireless about finding ways to meet what seem to be conflicting demands. It's already helpful that an office park redevelopment is adding 800 new homes to our city, including 30% that are affordable. The most recent update to this proposal that reduces commercial square footage and creates a path towards increasing the number of homes even more in a streamlined way is incredible. Earlier, as another example of their resourcefulness and creativity and tirelessness, neighbors' traffic and height concerns were met without reducing the number of homes that could be built. And now there's also a dedication of 2.6 acres to the city for a future public park. This proposal has been in the works for a long time and engaged the community extensively. This proposal has improved at every iteration. Thank you, commissioners and staff, and Lane Partners and SRI for working so hard on this and on other proposals to make our community one in which all people of all ages, incomes, and abilities can thrive. Please recommend to City Council that they approve the proposed Parkline redevelopment of the SRI campus without delay.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. And our final speaker tonight will be Brielle Jong. And you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Thank you, Brielle Jong. Well, we've waited a long time for a redevelopment of this parcel. But I have to say, I'm disappointed. I think it could have been so much better. It's fundamentally a 1 million square foot office park with housing scattered around the edges. I know that Menlo Together worked hard to get those 800 housing units, and I appreciate it. But where Menlo Together failed was in accepting the large office component. And where the city planners failed was rejecting the alternative for a 100% residential project. They even rejected another alternative that had a reduction in the office, kept some of the office, but in that one, they could have actually added 900 housing units to the 800 that Menlo Together won. This would have given this project 1,700 housing units. And that would have given a balanced project, a 1-to-1 ratio for jobs housing. That's what we've been trying to get to. As somebody said earlier, we're in a hole because of what we gave Facebook, 2 million square feet of office. And the council that passed that didn't ask for one housing unit. So now we've got this housing crunch. And how are we ever going to make it up? This project alone creates a housing deficit of 1,482 units. And those are going to, this affects Menlo Park and all the towns around us. And this also includes displacement, not just a housing crunch. So, you know, jobs mean office workers, and office workers need homes. So I think this is a lost opportunity. SRI is a 62-acre parcel close to downtown, close to the train station, the Civic Center. It's a perfect site for a residential plan, and housing is what we need. But office is not what we need. I think there's time. I think there's time for this thing to be set right. And you planning commissioners, God bless your hearts. You know, please start on this tonight. I really appreciate the work you've done. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. I think folks have had enough time, so I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment period and move us into commission discussion and ultimately a potential motion regarding this item. Just quickly before we get into commission discussion, I'd like to lightly structure this in the following way. There are, I believe, 6.
Was that sound okay?
That was great.
Sorry, I think we need to
To call Menlo
hot mic.
together out 3 times?
Yeah.
Because I followed.
Give me
Karen.
1 second.
No problem.
The closer.
Okay, that's better. There are 6 parts of this item. Before we specifically get to those 6, I'm going to give all commissioners that would like the chance to ask questions, provide general comments, as I think there are a lot of things that pertain to 2 or more of the 6. Once we've had a chance to do that, then I will ask commissioners for any specific comments regarding each of the 6 so that we can make sure that we take those in turn if need be, and then we'll see where we're at after that. So with that, I'm going to turn to or ask my fellow commissioners who would like to begin the discussion.
Chair, could you just please reframe the 6 points and the structure that you're going to use for taking questions about each of the 6 individually, and just reframe in the context of those 6 points?
No, sorry. So first, I think we should start with just general, whatever commissioners would like to talk about, you should talk about, you should ask questions. We should have a general discussion. After that, I will ask in turn for any specific comments or questions that have not yet been made on each of the 6 things. Those 6 things are listed in the agenda title. But I want to start with general discussion first, because I think there's lots of general discussion that applies across the 6. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. Excuse me, that's a helpful clarification. I also might suggest that sometime in the next little bit, we take a brief 10-minute break.
I think that makes sense. Okay. Vice Chair Silverstein.
No one wanted to talk, so I can start. I will start with some, maybe not necessarily clarifying questions, but some follow-up questions from for the developer, both for myself and also in response to some of the public comment that we received. Hopefully this will overlap with some of the questions that other commissioners might have, so we can kill multiple birds with one stone. My first question is, I understand that with the commitment to reduce the total office square footage or commercial square footage to 1 million square feet, that may or is likely to come with more potential housing. Is there any form of commitment that Lane Partners is willing to make on what that housing will end up being or might turn into? Or at this point, are we formally assuming that any incremental housing above the 800 is up in the air and to be determined?
So that's a great question, and this is obviously a relatively new concept we came up with, but I'll try to answer it as clearly as I can, but please ask follow-up questions if clarity is lacking, but there is some nuance here. So what is certain is we have an absolute maximum of commercial product under our development agreement. We have no vested, we don't even have a process within the DA to come back and say we can do more down the road. Then as it relates to housing, we've only studied up to 800 units. We've hit that max. You can't vote on more than that now. But what we've agreed to in the DA is kind of twofold. One, anything we want to come and add to the project has to be housing and has to have the appropriate amount of affordability. If we do that, we also have the benefits of a fast track approval process, which is hopefully a much smoother process than a large project that's multi-use that we've been dealing with for the last 5 years. Because I think it comports with the city's goals. As far as how we want this to proceed, assuming this initial project is approved, certain elements can go directly to architectural review. So the stuff we're not changing, in theory, office buildings can go forward, the apartments buildings can go forward, the townhomes that are approved can go forward, the 100% affordable building can go forward. But I think what we'll likely do, our goal is to add housing to whatever we submit next. So adding housing will not be straight to architectural review. It will be a resubmittal of the CDP with more housing added to it, and that will trigger, us determining with staff what level of SQL review and things like that have to happen. But our goal is by next year, in conjunction with or even before we're submitting anything for architectural review, we will have a new CDP showing the additional housing, if that helps. That stuff is in flux, but that is our intent.
Thank you. While I have you up here.
Yeah.
Two questions in regards to the concerns on traffic, specifically on Laurel Street. I understand right now the current project plans list the access roads to Laurel to be emergency only. There was a public comment wanting that to be formalized as part of the development agreement. Is that a formal commitment that the development will ensure, or is that subject to change in the future?
So it's a legal question whether it's already insured or not. If it's not, we're completely comfortable committing to that, of not changing anything in our project as it relates to having additional driveways or even capacity increased on those driveways as it relates to Laurel.
Great. Follow-up question on Laurel. I understand the plans currently have a Class 4 bike lane in Laurel. Fantastic. I believe that would be the first one in Menlo Park. In fact, my question is, it has been communicated to me that part of the reason why Menlo Park has not been able to have a Class 4 separated bike lane is because we do not have street sweepers that are small enough in order to ensure they are free of debris. Is that something that you have talked to the Public Works Department about and have any context on, or is this just assumed that it will work out in the end?
No, that's a great question. I actually do not know the answer to that. I don't think we've had that discussion.
Great. I guess my comment on that is, as we go through this, let's make sure that the Public Works Department, and then also one of the public comments mentioned, the Complete Streets Commission, are abreast of all of those various network, intersection, connectivity questions, particularly as it pertains to the actual streets as opposed to the project site itself. And then my one last overall question at this point is, and it ventures slightly into a comment, but I am somewhat concerned on the retail as opposed to office space consider or makeup of all of the commercial square footage. And I very much appreciate the benefits of a mixed use development that allows people to live and shop and go to a cafe and a restaurant and also work within a walking distance. And I understand that all of the commercial space could either be composed of straight office space for workers, or in theory, it could be somewhat more retail. But I don't think that's outlined or specified in the agreement. I was wondering if you could comment on that, and or what assurances or plans do you have on ensuring that there would be a cafe for people to enjoy, or the notion of ground floor retail being something that is a community or a neighborhood amenity.
So absolutely. What we have in our plan right now is the two-story amenity building, which is comprised of kind of fitness amenities on the second floor, which currently is planned to be reserved for office tenants, and the ground floor would be exclusively food and beverage, would be open to everyone. So I think the way we look at it as we go into architectural review, we are contemplating potentially evaluating looking at retail, either replacing the amenity building with more organic retail or supplementing it with, you know, more inline retail on the ground floor of office buildings. But again, that would not increase. Everything would have to be contained within that 1 million square foot cap, whether it's amenity, whether it's retail, whether it's office. There is still that overall cap. But if there's direction, you know, of like, hey, we'd like to see more, you know, kind of traditional retail, like we're happy to hear that. And because again, we want to turn around with you know, revisions and architectural review as soon as possible. So we value that feedback if there's direction there.
Consider that direction for me. I don't want to speak for any other commissioners. Feel free to opine. I personally love to see, I mean, I look at Springline as a great example of having a network of formal office space along with retail that the public gets to use at its discretion, as well as housing all coming together in a beautiful package.
Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to follow up on a concern that recurs a lot, and transportation safety on the streets, multimodal neighborhood streets, and all these. And the public comment that really stuck with me is they were really glad, and as we all are, for the Class 4 bike lane on the world, but the weak point of the best bike lanes in the world is the intersections and when people are turning. So I appreciate the clarification that Commissioner Silverstein asked for. The access on Laurel is only limited to, I think, emergency access. And I understand that Laurel has a very different street character and classification than Ravenswood. Nonetheless, you know, many students still use Ravenswood. And again, those renderings showing that meandering bike path, that is awesome. But there's still going to be those turns. And so that comment just kind of stuck out to me. And I think Ravenswood is a 25 per mile hour street. I don't think people observe that speed limit just because the street is very wide and it encourages fast driving and fast turns. So could you speak a little bit to not the awesome bike path? I'm totally bought into that, but other improvements that can speak to what in my head I'm thinking of as these weak points, because tons of kids use Ravenswood as a corridor.
Yeah, so that's a very good question as well. I wanted to take a step back and make sure I wasn't misstating something earlier. So we've heard, from residents, we want to limit traffic on Laurel. There's two Paseos that look like they could accommodate cars. Those are bike and pedestrian only and only EV. Then I want to take you through the building just to make sure we're saying where everything goes. There's a large apartment building on the corner of Ravenswood and Laurel. Its ingress and egress goes onto Ravenswood. It also has ingress and egress out the back into the campus, and you can traverse it from there. There's zero connectivity from the commercial area to Laurel. There's zero connectivity from that first apartment building. For the second apartment building, we couldn't find a feasible way to have that building operate and only have no front door and only have ingress and egress on the back. You need a front door. You need things for deliveries, so delivery trucks aren't driving around and double parking or parking where the bike lanes are and things like that. So we do have a driveway into that second apartment building. It is ingress only, so you can't exit your building from that. So we're cutting down as much of the traffic we have, or as much residential traffic as we can, but still trying to maintain the functionality of that building. And then there's also a turnout in front of that building, so a DoorDash driver can pull in, drop it off, and again, they're not circling around the block. As it relates to Ravenswood, we are both updating the bike lane and improving the bike lane within the road. So we're not removing any of the, if you want to bike fast and you're not afraid of the cars, you don't have to, but then we have that meandering path at all as well. That's parallel to that. So we're improving what's in the street, and we're also adding a much safer alternative within the site. You have to design carefully as you intersect driveways and things like that. I think there's ways to design things that are as safe as can be, but ultimately you're getting on a bike, you will be intersecting with other forces in the community, but we're open to ways to improve it. But that's been front of mind. We've just tried to make lots of different ways to get across. Like if you're an experienced cyclist and you want to go on the road and go really fast, you have that MA student can kind of go through the bigger path. There's also ways to just kind of meander through the site as well. So I think there's kind of options based on how fast you want to go versus, how young is a child and what risks should they be taking. So we're trying to give a lot of options to that at kind of varying levels.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Schindler, and then I think after that we will probably take a break whenever you're finished, or at 9:30, whichever makes sense.
Okay, thank you. No pressure that I stand between this and a break.
You can have time afterwards, after the break, if that's helpful too.
Okay. Thank you. I wanted to build on some of the lines of questioning that Commissioner Silverstein was asking about. And Mr. Murray, you had alluded to some of the things that need to happen, just the milestones that would need to happen if you proceeded with adding additional residential units as part of a rework of the CDP. And you said sort of, expecting a new CDP or revised CDP and master plan in a time frame of next year-ish. I know that there are some CEQA milestones that sort of need to be clarified exactly what they are. For example, an addendum. I'm not sure if that's a question you or staff or potentially our EIR consultants could weigh in on. Just order of magnitude. What is the time frame for assessing what would need to happen as a next step to add additional, housing units, and what would be the step to assess and then to execute, ballpark. And then I may have a follow-up question related to timeline for staff.
Sure, I can tackle that one. Yes, it's correct that if additional housing units beyond the 800 that are covered in the EIR are proposed at some point, that we would need to take a look at how to clear those under CEQA. Those would not be cleared under the current EIR. So it really would depend on how many housing units are proposed and the specifics of the new proposal. But the general rule of thumb when you're looking at whether or not supplemental review is needed, that tears off of a previously certified EIR, is whether the project change would have the potential to result in a new significant impact that wasn't covered in the EIR, or increase the severity of a significant impact that was identified in the EIR. If the project change is minor enough to where it appears as though no new significant impacts would occur or no significant impacts would be increased in severity, then an appropriate pathway is typically to prepare an addendum. An addenda themselves they're probably one of the documents under CEQA that vary the most in terms of just format and presentation. The time to complete them can range quite a bit. If there's a potential for a new significant impact or for a significant impact that's already been identified. So the historic impacts, historic is, that's due to the demolition that would occur. So you would really be looking at the noise impacts. If there's a potential for those to increase in severity, then you would be looking at a supplemental or subsequent EIR. And that involves that's a much longer process. It involves the same requirements for public review and comment and preparation of a final EIR that a regular EIR does, although the process can generally be streamlined somewhat compared to the first EIR itself.
Thank you. I think that's helpful. And not to put words in your mouth, but is it approximately accurate to say a larger assessment that would require a subsequent EIR would be measured in year, whereas an addendum would be measured in months?
I think that's accurate. Yeah, an addendum can be prepared in as short as 4 months to as long as 9 months, 10 months. Again, it just depends on the degree of the change and what needs to be analyzed. An EIR typically takes around a year to prepare. A supplemental or subsequent EIR can take a little less time, again, because it's more of a streamlined document. But EIRs typically take around a year from start to finish. So from the beginning of the preparation to certification of the document.
Thank you. I'm not holding you to the specific numbers, but it is helpful just to understand the order of magnitude impact and the sequencing of work that would have to be done. Because I'm assuming that the revision to the master plan and the CDP would have to precede that analysis, the EIR analysis. Is that correct?
We would need to understand what the project change is.
Okay.
Yeah. We would need to have details.
Great. And then just trying to put all of the pieces of the sequencing in order. I just want to ask staff, my understanding of the commitment in the draft DA is that the city has committed to quick collaboration, quick review, all feasible efforts to do a review within a year and limit public meetings to public hearings to 5. Is that correct?
That's correct under specific circumstances and with the addition of housing.
Okay. So my mental, again, order of magnitude tabulation is that we're sort of 18 to 36 months by the time you put all of these things together potentially. If the review takes, between developing the new CDP and the master plan, between doing the whatever the required CEQA analysis is, and then going through the review process. It looks like my math is not gelling with expectations. Please, I'm happy to have a clarification.
Yeah, I think work on the CDP can be concurrent with the environmental review. So,
okay.
Yeah, those two don't necessarily add together.
Okay. So something shorter than that potentially. Yeah. Great. Thank you for that clarification. As it is 9:30, I will hold my next question.
Thank you. Okay, we'll take a break. It's currently 9:31. We'll reconvene at 9:40 and start with Commissioner Schindler. Thank you. 9:40. So we're going to get back to it. We are discussing item F1, the Parkline project, and we are in commission discussion. We're going to start again with Commissioner Schindler. I'll just say as a point of order, Commissioner Baruzzi, if you need to say something, please wave your hands or something so that we know you'd like to speak. Commissioner Schindler, would you like to continue?
Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask Mr. Murray if he could just confirm my understanding of the part of the draft development agreement which discusses the modified project approval and talks about the conditions of the maximum 1 million square feet, inclusive of the existing 287,000 square feet in buildings P, S, and T. I think my understanding was that those buildings were included in that million. And I think given there were a couple of points made earlier today, it's worth reiterating what happens in the current context of PSNT and what would happen in any future scenarios related to PSNT.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. So the 1 million square foot cap is an absolute cap for all commercial. That's new office, R&D, retail, inclusive of the PS&T buildings. So while the PS&T buildings still exist, that limitation is right around 720,000 square feet. But as those sites are redeveloped, or those buildings are, demolished and, the site is redeveloped, we would have the ability to go up to 1 million square feet. But we have to, I think, and this gets a little nuanced. We were working on this until very recently. I think we have to show the city, and whatever our phase 2 plan is, show the city kind of what's happening now and where things will go on the PS&T sites. So you'll see what that 1 million square feet looks like. You'll see what housing is being added and where as part of that. But that's what's going to happen next. You'll see all of it. There may be things that say, hey, it's PS&T right now. Here's what will go there if that ceases to exist. But you'll again be protected by those caps in all instances. But also, the city will be on notice of how we're planning to approach, redesign of the site, adding housing, maybe moving office around, so you'll know what's coming. And then as it relates to the modified project approval for housing, I think as long as it comports with zoning, it's 100% residential, and it has the required, the 15%, low for rental and moderate for sale, has those things, we're entitled to the fast track review.
Thank you for clarifying that. I'll try and ask, I think I have 2 questions as it relates to the TDM. The document submitted describing the TDM reaches the conclusion that with all of the proposals with all of the project's proposals and features, the project could actually deliver a 40% reduction in trips for residential and a 45.5% reduction for office space, if I've read that correctly. Could you just expand on how that conclusion was reached?
Sure. I'm actually going to defer to our traffic engineer, Robert
Perfect.
Eccles, on that one.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hello, Robert Eccles from Fair and Piers. That assessment was actually, I think, put together by Hexagon, the city's consultant. And so that was what they were projecting. We think it's a little harder to do that level for residential, but that was an assessment that the city's consultant actually made.
So that was prepared by essentially summing the expected total impact of all of the different aspects of the TDM. and including subsidizing. I think the point of that section of the report was that by offering subsidies, it took it up a significant amount.
Having subsidies for transit is definitely something that helps improve the performance of the TDM plan. The TDM program is a group of different actions, and so each one has a different type of success, and then combined they have a certain amount of success. So, but yeah, transit passes are one of the more effective ways of reducing auto trips.
Okay, thank you. It's helpful context for those numbers. I do, while I have you, I may ask you my other additional TDM question.
Sure.
It was more about the measurement process. So the draft agreement calls for sort of how and when some of the measurement scenarios would happen.
So the way the TDM program is monitored.
Sorry, can I ask you to, sir, speak a little bit more into the microphone? Thank you.
Is this better? Okay.
Yes.
Sorry. So the TDM plan and program has a monitoring component, and that component is made up of actually measuring the trips and the traffics that are coming to all the different components of the project. So it's kind of a really physical way of saying we'll just be successful or not. It doesn't tie itself to a very specific performance of it's be 45%, 35%. It's a very hard and easy thing to calculate and to monitor. And so rather than trying to get too wrapped up in what is the drive alone rate or the transit use, the trip cap forms a very measurable thing that you can monitor. And so that's how the TDM program is really measured.
Thank you. And I think there are a couple of pages in the master plan documents that spell out for each of the potential phases of development. For example, phase 1A and 1B and 2. The sequencing of residential and bike lanes and commercial, et cetera. It would essentially require different ways, different mechanisms. That's not different mechanisms, different placements of the measurements.
Right.
And different ways of understanding how many trips there were and how those compared to the caps.
Right. And the caps are adjusted based on the level of development. So that's how the cap is done for each of those phases. And then because of the way the roadway networks are set up and the way the parking access is, then we have to have slightly different plans in phase 1 or phase 2, and then the cumulative. So there are 3 different monitoring descriptions based on what is being constructed at the time.
Right. So it's accurate to say that for the first phase of development, if it were residences 1 and 2 only, that would be the beginning. A year into that, at least according to the agreement, that would be the point at which there would be active measurement and assessment of, is there the right amount of traffic, right? Meaning, is it under the cap?
That is
correct. Right. So that would start well before that would start as soon as sort of your year into occupancy. And with each additional wave of development, so in other words, with each building or set of buildings that goes up, the cap of traffic would be adjusted.
Yes.
How we measure it and how we judge success against that cap would be modified to reflect the phasing.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. It's good just to be sure that there's a lot in there about it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready for Katie's long list?
Commissioner Farrick.
Hi, okay, great, thanks. I think I'd like to start with some staff questions, if that's okay. And then it may involve the applicant's land use attorney, because earlier this was mentioned in the context of expertise he was wanting to offer. But first, for staff, there was a lot of discussion in email during the public comment and a little bit already about the induced housing demand. And then in the EIR on pages 3-5 and 3-6, there's a few paragraphs on this. Can you just kind of talk about, for level setting, why this project? So we know it's a net loss of commercial space. However, the way that the cycles work is that the employment number has already been kind of closed for this cycle, but the housing cycle hasn't. So the housing will count toward the housing, but then the commercial would count at a later date in a bigger way than a project specific or even city specific. It's a commutable distance calculation with the city getting a ratio. And so I just wanted to kind of have that explained for everybody's benefit a little bit more clearly, and then see if the applicant's land use council wanted to add to that.
Thank you for the question. I think we'll defer to David from KMA, who's here tonight.
So good evening, David Dozema with Kaiser Marston. So I think I understand the question as related to how the project might fit into the future regional housing needs allocations to the city, and sort of what role it may or may not play in that. So I mean, as you know, like, this is a process that happens once every 8 years, and it results in an allocation of housing units that the city then has to plan for. So that like the methodology behind that process, we've tried to examine how a specific project might play into that a few different times over the years, and I think the basic conclusion is like that methodology changes every time. Each 8 years, you sort of design a new methodology for what specific considerations go into that allocation process. So it's a bit hard to say with any degree of certainty what factors might influence that allocation. But so that's, one point I want to make is it's uncertain how that process will play out next time. Correct that the allocation for this period of time, this 8-year period, is closed. The second point that I think it's helpful to understand is that allocation in the future will be made based on a set of demographic projections. And for the current allocation, those projections look out to 2050. And how a particular project might be taken into account or not taken into account into a set of demographic projections through, maybe it'll be 2060 next time. It's really not hard. It's really not possible for us to, sitting here today, say exactly how that will work. If you do look at what has happened with the most recent allocation, and you look at the specific factors that are considered there, and maybe that gives us some idea of what the future process will look like, right? It's always had some consideration to housing, some consideration to jobs. Looking at the job element of that, the current allocation process, what it does is look at what jobs does a jurisdiction have access to within a commuting distance out of the share of all jobs in the region. So it's projecting, I think, somewhere in the order of like 4.7 million jobs will be in the region in a future period of time. And it's saying of those 4.7 million jobs, within a 30-minute auto commute distance or a 45-minute transit commute distance, what jobs can you get to from Menlo Park, right? So if you think about how this particular project would, in percentage terms, affect all the jobs within commuting distance of within a half an hour, it doesn't move that needle very much. That allocation, the way that jobs are specifically considered in the allocation methodology isn't isn't very sensitive to a project level change, even though, there are over 3,000 jobs in this particular project in the office scenario, wouldn't move the needle very much when you consider currently in Menlo Park, within that 30-minute commute radius, it's something like 1.4 million jobs that are within that commute radius. So it's sort of like, how much does it move that sort of percentage? And it's sort of not very much based on the current methodology.
Thank you. And then the housing will count in this cycle. And has it in the past occurred that with the housing, number, it will obviously go up if all the units are built within the cycle that are planned for. Theoretically, then our ratio going into the next cycle is better in the sense that we have those housing units counted for our allocation.
I mean, I sort of have to answer that question the same way I answered the last one, which is we sort of don't know. We don't know exactly, how that will be, whether, what extent that might be considered in the next allocation cycle, because it does reset. You got to plan for, each 8-year period for the housing units you're allocated in that period.
What are sort of the big needle movers, if not big projects like this?
So I guess if the projections that are used for this future allocation process, if those projections were such that a lot of growth was anticipated in Menlo Park in the future, growth in housing or jobs, that would have the effect of, if things work the way they have in the past, of allocating more RHNA towards you. And there's sort of policy-based considerations that go into creating these projections in the first place. Where do we want to regionally, where do we want to direct the growth, right? And so those growth projections are influenced to some extent by those sort of growth directing considerations, and it can result in more RHNA being allocated to your jurisdiction.
Thank you. And then does RHNA look at more transit-oriented development in a different light than non-transit-oriented development? I guess where I'm going is this project is proximate to the Caltrain station, among other main transit corridors. Is there a relative figure given to those kinds of jobs or housing units?
So they do have a sort of a separate bucket for jobs that are close to transit and jobs that are within an auto commute. And both are taken into consideration. Jobs within an auto commute are given sort of a 15% weight with very low and low for the most recent allocation. And then for moderate and above moderate units, it's weighted to the auto commute in terms of how they took those two factors into consideration. They don't consider the jobs near transit and where those are allocated in terms of taking that specific factor into account.
And does a housing unit near transit in the past, I know you can't predict the future calculations, but has it in this past cycle, is there any difference in weight? Like, is a housing unit close to transit worth more than a job close to transit? Or is it like cancel each other out?
So a housing unit near transit isn't a specific, housing units with access to jobs near, within a 45-minute commute of jobs, I guess in that way, it's a consideration because you have to be able to access the transit on both ends. But the explicit factor is jobs near transit as opposed to housing near transit. What they do consider, though, is housing in high opportunity areas, which much of Menlo Park is classified as a high opportunity area.
Great, thank you. I know you can't predict the future, but my takeaways are we can't just do like X number of jobs and X number of houses and, mathematically plus minus those. It's just there's weighting and factors that are more regional in nature and economics and transit and lots of different factors. Is that an accurate?
It is exactly, and those factors are not known now for the next cycle. They'll be decided in the coming years.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all I have on that one at the moment. Let's see. Unless Lane Partners, you'd mentioned you have somebody, no, you're good? Okay, cool, thanks. I was wondering who best to ask the question of that came up, if this land or development project is sold, what happens to the project-specific requirements that aren't articulated in the development agreement? Is there how does that carry through? And yeah. Anyone?
Well, so the conditional development permit and the development agreement are part of the project, so those couldn't really be separated out. Someone couldn't develop the project without adhering to those.
So, okay, so then I just know that it was voiced there was a lot of concern about if something isn't in the DA, that somehow that those are subject to change.
I would just add that the development agreement is a contract and it has a term of 20 years. And so to the extent there's a desire to have certain provisions sort of live beyond the 20 years for the life of the project, essentially, then those conditions ought to live in the CDP. And so I think you might be referring to some of the comments from the person from the Burgess Classics, I think they were after. So to the extent there's aspects of those requests, they should really, to survive, they should be in the CDP and not in the development agreement.
Got it, thank you. And then similarly, the agreements made by the developer around construction period, kind of things that they've agreed to, like sound mitigation and other kinds of things, that those are not articulated specifically in the development agreement, but since they're in the CDP, it should, that's the protection?
Yes, the CDP are conditions that run with the land. And so to the extent anybody, be it Lane Partners or successor, develops the site, they will be subject to the terms that are in the CDP.
Thank you. And then the other kind of terminology question that has come up a number of times is the difference between commercial space, office space, and R&D space as it relates to counting jobs and people. Can Corinna or some, if you wouldn't mind kind of giving a little quick definition of each, just to make sure we're all on the same page with the terminology we use?
Yeah, so the 1 million square foot cap would apply to anything non-residential. The proposal is for the majority to be office and or R&D. And then the CDP allows for up to 45,000 square feet there's a office amenity building for office workers, but it would also include kind of a restaurant or cafe open to the public. And I believe that's about 40,000 square feet. And then the additional 5,000 is just to provide some room for the community amenity space that's proposed, which could be a small retail or something similar.
Okay, thank you. And then the question about the employee cap that was removed from the agreement from 21 years ago, is that something that you could shed light on, like why that is, or?
Yeah, I think the TDM plan includes the trip thresholds, which to us seem more important than an employee cap, since I think a lot of the employment concern is about traffic and that sort of thing. And I think it also provides more flexibility for the developer, just to know that it's trip thresholds rather than an actual employee cap.
So it's a trip cap for vehicles. Is that
Or
right?
a threshold for,
Okay.
yes.
So it
yes,
was
for the
switched
trip.
from necessarily how the building is populated to how the people using the building interact with other public services outside the project. Thank you. I got that one answered already. Let's see. I would love to have you shed a little bit more light, if you can, on some of the specific. So I know that there's a $2 million, I think it's pilot payment, but it's an in lieu payment for transportation, and then a 9.8 million TIF and a range of projects described that were unclear to me whether they are designed. So I'd love more clarity on which ones are designed to specifically address existing and future congestion along Ravenswood, Middlefield, and the other kinds of, impacted, identified in the EIR intersections / roadway segments.
Yeah, let's see. So
I can give you pages in case it's helpful. Page 179 has the bigger one, the TIF, and the descriptions there.
okay, let me see.
And for those of you in the CDP, I think it's page 29 of that document.
Okay. Yeah, so section 13.3 of the draft CDP talks about the estimated fee of about 9.8 million approximately, and then it includes projects that would be offset against that or would be credited against that amount. So I think the majority of those are intended to alleviate or lessen impacts or from the project to these intersections. It also includes green infrastructure improvements, which wouldn't impact traffic. And then there's also section 13.5 includes the non-TIF intersection improvements that are related to the project. And so that's, for example, the Middlefield Seminary Drive improvements, and then 13.5.2, the Seminary Drive approach to the project.
Thank you. And maybe I should follow up with a question for our EIR team to understand from you if these are the identified improvements to help mitigate the level of service reduction in some of those key places from F to try to make them not F. Is that?
So LOS is no longer an impact under CEQA, so those would not be considered mitigation under CEQA. I would defer to staff on the specific improvements that they're intended to fund.
Okay, thank you. And sounds like we have that. Do you think those are the ones that you feel like, were those identified for the purposes of trying to address the EIR identified kind of clear impacted areas, or how were those selected, those projects?
Well, so the TIA, the traffic impact analysis, looked at level of service and delays at intersections. And so that then relates to these conditions in the CDP.
All right, thank you. And then I have some questions for Lane Partners, Mr. Murray, if you'd return to the dais, please. So these are some questions that came up, or requests that came up from the residential neighbors. Is there a screening plan or wall for that parking garage 3 on the residential side, or what's your plan to kind of mitigate impacts?
Yeah, we've actually shared some visuals with that community as well. So it's a 3-story garage. So if you're thinking about, you're on their back fence line looking into park line, you're looking at what will be a 3-story parking deck. And what we showed them and committed to them was, we're going to berm up the landscaping so the lowest level of the 3 really disappears into green space. And then we'll make the remaining elevation of the building as opaque as possible. You can't be literally a wall because you have to have some level of openings for ventilation because there's cars in there. But I think visually, if their main concern is, lights, sound, things like that, it would be fully blocked off. And then operationally, what they requested as well, and we're comfortable with, is if that commercial parking deck would not be open to either, guest parking for the residential or people using the amenities or things like that after business hours. They want it restricted to office use only, with the intent being, avoiding noise
Quiet,
and
yeah.
headlights and things like that. So, and we're comfortable with all those things, but that was sort of the package of assurances we gave them, and we plan on sticking with it.
That's great. And I thought parking garages needed to be 65% permeable. And so I think my math would say that fourth side could be solid.
We'll do that. The only reason we haven't, in the visual we showed them, it was like very small amounts that were open that were purely for ventilation. But
Okay.
again, everything where there would be a car behind it, where like a headlight could come through, would be opaque. But if that's the case, we can figure that out too. I think we were trying to not have it completely open on other sides too. So
Right,
we
you wanted to
this
open it up.
elevation to be really great, but we also wanted some other elevations that are facing things to not use all
The solid on one side.
But yeah,
No,
I
I
think it's-
understand that. I just know it would go a long way to helping mitigate impacts to the residential neighbors, really also for the new townhouses as well, for, part of your project.
Yeah.
I've got to believe it's possible because, there's plenty of examples of parking garages that are underground or in cities that are in buildings that are more solid than even, two sides. So hopefully you can figure out a solution. And I guess I shouldn't leave it to hopefully. This would be the night we could ask to find a solution to make that more solid, as solid
Yeah.
as possible.
And to be clear, like my recollection was when and this has been a couple of years now to be fair,
Mhm.
but when we showed them the visuals of here's what it's gonna look like, it was very well received.
Great.
So it's not like half opaque, it's more like
Mostly
90%.
solid. Great. And I do think the berm and the trees, and there is that
Yeah.
little landscape buffer area.
Yeah.
And that was sort of my next question is that little buffer area, it looks relatively small, but not minuscule. Is that, is there any way to enshrine that that'll remain like passive use and not programmed to be something that causes other impacts?
Yeah, areas like that are open space, but those are not actually public open space. So that
Mhm.
won't have the easement where you can go. So like you'd have to have a picnic, in one of the other places, but you couldn't do it right there.
Mhm.
If that helps answer the question, it'll be landscaped and green space, but it won't be programmed, and you
Great.
won't technically have any legal right to, sit and hang out there.
Okay. And then speaking of that too, I know there was some neighbors that expressed concern, at least by email or to me in meetings, about improving that security gate that's currently there. I know it's just the old fence that we all see everywhere, but is there a plan? I know in general it'll be a porous campus, but just for the areas that are against, residential to office, is there a plan to have a security fence in the backyards of that? I don't know, remember what the neighborhood's called. Burgess Classics, of that neighborhood?
So we actually don't. Burgess Drive connects like around the back of their neighborhood, then connects to Parkline. That's actually not for vehicle transit. That will be a bike lane. That'll be for EV vehicles only. So we'll probably have like bollards there that you can retract.
Oh, sorry, I meant the backyards that are the ones against the green space in the parking garage.
We're
Yeah.
happy to extend the fence. That was part of the things we were fine
Great,
to do. When you
great.
said security fence, I thought you meant like
Yeah, no, I didn't mean like
gate,
a gate. I meant
but no,
just,
that's what our neighbor used
Yeah.
to do. So yeah, I think they wanted a taller fence.
Yeah.
'Cause there's a very tall fence on the north elevation, but the back elevation is the east elevation that would be facing that parking deck. They have kind of relatively, normal neighborhood fences, which are pretty small if they want that to be screened off, and we're totally
Great.
fine to do that there.
awesome, thank you. You had mentioned a few minutes ago the access road from Laurel into the townhome section of your project. That is going to be, it's, I think, labeled Townhome 1 on the road.
Yes.
What is that? What's the width of that plan to be, or if you know? Because I hadn't realized it was a one-way only, and it made me worried that it was so narrow that, is there going to be parking? Like, do you have a plan yet?
So,
Like,
is this within the townhomes, like the
Yeah,
entrance?
within the
So sorry,
townhomes.
that is a two-way road.
Okay,
Those are
good.
just 19 homes.
Yeah.
So there we just have kind of a normal, driveway type street into those homes. When I was referring to the one-way, it's for the second of the two large apartment buildings. So it's
Okay.
the one kind of in the middle of Laurel as opposed to the corner of Laurel and Ravenswood. That has a driveway on the front of the building, but that's actually only ingress. And then there's kind of a turnaround again for, deliveries and things like that. But what we were trying to do there is do everything we can to limit traffic coming on to Laurel without rendering that building just having a hard time to operate because people wouldn't have a front door.
Oh, for sure. So yeah, no, I didn't disagree with the idea of that. I was actually worried kind of on the opposite end of, I want to make sure it's usable.
No,
Not just a one-way, like, because it
Yeah.
looked so narrow in the drawings. Now that I look, it looks like the pedestrian and bike path is wider than the access street to the townhomes in the way that this rendering reads. So I got worried that there wouldn't be room for a fire truck to turn around or to, like all of these sorts of things, or like at least one side have street parking during the day for deliveries and pickups and drop-offs and all that stuff. So it sounds like it's maybe this particular plan. I think this is more focused on the landscape plan on page 131.
Yeah, it might have this scale because that's
Yeah.
definitely not the intent. That's
Okay.
two-way vehicle traffic.
Great. Thank you. Let's see, where's my notes? Oh, and then for the parking for the affordable housing portion of the project, what ratios were you planning to park that part of the project?
So that's a great question, and parking is a huge cost. Structured parking, whether it's above ground or below ground, which is more expensive, but it's a major construction cost. So it's something affordable developers want to avoid if they can. So what we're doing is telling them to build what they can within the one level podium that they're showing, but then we can provide, abundant nights and weekend parking via the
Oh, right.
commercial architects.
mm,
Yeah, so they should have plenty of parking, when you should need it, assuming you're, going to work at normal hours, you should be in good shape for parking, but they'll save costs as well.
And then speaking of that building, I know we have a neighbor of that particular part of the project. Is there a plan for, I see there's kind of a landscape buffer. Do you have a landscape plan or a plan to kind of soften the, I'm not exactly clear on the setback either of that building from Ravenswood, just to soften the difference between the single story and 6-story?
So we have softened the difference between our townhomes and.
This is
you mean
now on the
across
other
across
side of the
street, okay.
project, the affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're not at design review yet.
Okay.
So I think it's
That'll
not,
be later.
it's not going to be a box like it sometimes reads on, there'll be notches and things like that. And the architecture could have, changes in depth and things like that. So we're always sensitive to that. But
Okay.
I mean, the best answer is not designed yet, but we understand those concerns and we'll keep them in mind.
Okay, and then had you considered it all, I don't know, how tall are the townhomes 2 portion of that corner of the project? There's residential 3 and then townhomes 2?
Townhomes 2 are 3-story townhomes.
Okay, and had you ever done a feasibility to swap the 2, just to have the 3-story on the street that's on that corner and then the 6 a little further back?
It's something we can look into. I think we played
Okay.
with a lot of different,
Scenarios?
a lot of different scenarios, and we're continuing
Few
to.
drawings over 5 years?
One
yeah.
of the things we've heard from the community more recently too is the size of the soccer field. Like we've always shown a soccer field there. But ultimately that'll be a Parks and Rec driven process to what you do with it. But that's one of the things on the top of our list is we really go into architectural design for that area. So it's definitely something we can look at.
Okay, thank you. I'm thinking too, that'll be more dense and it's closer to the parking garage 1 that sounds like a multi-use garage, like day-night kind of thing.
Mhm.
So, okay. One thing that really caught my eye that I loved, and I'd love you to talk a little bit more about this BMR ownership opportunity plan. I think it's the first of its kind I've heard of here, but maybe I'm just buried my head in the sand for a few years. But what, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so this relates to the 46 townhomes and townhome 1 and townhome 2. So as we started out, I can't remember exactly when we changed this, but at the beginning, everything was on a ground lease. So we've now worked out an arrangement with SRI where these product types, which really want to be for sale, they're not really, I don't think this product type is generally not for rentals. So we worked out an arrangement with SRI to make them for sale. Now we're just complying, even though we have the affordable housing dedication, we've always had required 15% BMR and everything else in addition to that. That's how we're getting to the 31%. So there'll be 15%, which I think is 7 units of the 46, will be at the moderate income level for purchase.
That's great. I think it's a neat step forward. It'll be interesting to see how the uptake and interest in that goes. So thanks. You talked earlier about phasing out and prohibiting further BSL 3 labs, just confirming that also applies to BSL 4 since that's even.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured. And then did you do a fiscal impact analysis for this project to understand school district jurisdictions financial?
Yeah, there's a fiscal impact assessment. I don't think it's broken down by,
by Sequoia.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is great. I missed that in there. Thank you. That's good to know. I'll find it. Thank you. Handy. And then let's see, what was my Oh yeah, and then there was a former council member Schmidt offered an idea of phasing the project with all housing first. Can you just talk about the feasibility of this idea?
Yeah, so we already have, basically there's no restrictions on housing. You can go forward with housing all the time, which we're totally fine with. But we have a very restrictive regime where we can't build 1 square foot of office right now without a residential component going forward. Essentially, I think it's one of the residential buildings. We can have 1 commercial building up to, or not, it's by square footage now because thinking ahead of how we might redesign. So you can build up to 250,000 square feet of commercial with one of those apartment buildings, another 250,000 square feet of commercial with the second apartment building, another 250 with all of the townhomes moving forward. And then we could do the remaining 250,000 with, the R3 affordable building going forward. So it's but one thing I want to add is it's not very comfortable for us to be tied to, we're buying land, dedicating it to a third-party nonprofit. And now if they don't go fast, it could restrict so this is like the city's concerns are housing and making sure as jobs come online, there's housing coming online. So we understand it, but putting it the other way is just like, you're not going to be able to do office for, until
unknown number of years.
This project goes forward, each of which is different, right? There's different markets for residential, for multifamily, I should say, apartments, different markets for sale townhomes, and then a completely different market, which I don't even claim to understand about how you finance 100% affordable project. So to say we're behind all of those things is, it's just not a workable system, but we worked really hard with staff to have a system where, the city should be very confident that, you're going to be getting housing delivered in front of, or, at least simultaneously with commercial in kind of a roughly, pro rata basis.
Thank you. And actually, just as a side note, it was actually really nice to hear pretty much uniform support for the housing, no matter where you stand on the rest. And that's, we've been increasingly hearing that, which is really cool because I will say there's been a change in that over the last few years. So thanks. I think that's all I have for you. Thank you. That's my questions for now. I have a few comments for later.
Okay, Vice Chair Silverstein.
I just want to ask a very quick fast follow. With respect to comments or statements from the developer around, we're happy to do that, or we'll look into it, or that's certainly possible. Is staff taking notes on those specific elements in order to include in either the DA or the CDP? Or is that something that we need to ask very explicitly to be included?
Yeah, of course, we're taking notes, but if there's a change the commission would want to make as part of a recommendation of approval, that should be explicit in the motion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. Mr. Murray, if I may, I have some follow-up questions. Yeah, I think with the community feedback we've received today and emails and everything, I think there is a question of certainty. Like a lot of people are saying, like, how can we be certain that this is going to happen, this is going to happen? So I know there's the DA and there's the CDP, but kind of in line with what you were saying, the that land dedication for the BMR housing, to me is a bit of an open question, and I definitely would want to have as much certainty as possible that that's, I know you've already committed to dedicating the land, but past that, that's going to happen. So I guess from your perspective, is there responsibility on lane partners to sort of move that forward? I guess you have an incentive to unlock that last 250,000, but yeah, how do you see that? Like, how certain do you see that? And is there anything to you that could be added to ensure that that moves forward quickly and meets our goals for the city?
I mean, our goal is to select a very qualified developer and give them a phenomenal starting point, which is you're getting free land, which is very expensive in a great community and close to transit. Ultimately, they kind of have their nonprofit affordable developers kind of have their own secret sauce, but it does rely on different funding sources, sometimes for the federal government, state, county. They have the same challenges where those financing conditions can change too. So I don't think it would be an issue of, you know, and a project like that, 150 units, I mean, that's over $100 million in total capitalization, even after we give them the land for free. So it's not, want to be very candid, like we have no ability to pay for $100 million project that doesn't, you know, has negative economic benefit to our project. So the reality is you try to put that third party in the best possible position you can. And I think we're doing that financially, legally. They have their EIR done. They're not speccing money, which sometimes they have to do like private developers. So I think it's a great starting point. And if the financing sources that are supposed to be there for affordable housing are there, I think it's going to, our goal is to have that moving forward as quickly as anything else, maybe more quickly. Because I think if they can get their funding isn't necessarily directly tied to, you know, the typical economics for developers, and ours are still pretty challenged right now.
Thanks. And in addition to the financing, I guess there's like the entitlements that they would need from Menlo Park. So from your perspective, I know you mentioned like the EIR is already done. If you could put if you were the affordable housing developer, what entitlements would you see that are still needed? And is there anything you think the city could do to like sort of streamline those ahead of time?
So on the first part of the question, I think we have the massing and the height, like we're at the programmatic level. So I would think they're in a pretty similar position to R1 or R2, where we can go to architectural review and then we can go to building permit. So it's limited architectural review. If they want to make major changes, I think, to the design, that could complicate that. But I don't think that's the intent right now. So they should be able to do an architectural review right away. But we're kind of thinking of that as we're hopeful that will be, you know, whatever the first phase is, that will certainly be, you know, fully approved with architectural review and whatever our first phase is. And then hopefully they're getting financed and lockstep as well. So it's going right away. As far as what can be streamlined, I'd probably have to ask, you know, one of those developers. Obviously, like any kind of, you know, waiver of fees or taking costs down helps. But I think they're pretty used. They'll have assuming we get this first approval, we'll have, I think, a lot of the expensive, difficult part of development behind them. Architectural review is something I think is pretty light compared to what we've been doing. Even though it's very important what the buildings look like, it's not as challenging as, you know, all the things you guys have been reviewing tonight and we've been working on the last 4 years.
Thanks. And can you speak to the timing of, like, let's say you get the approval from City Council at the next meeting, what would be the timing of dedicating that land and selecting a developer? And what does the selection process look like for you?
I think it's required recording, when we want to record a final map, so you're looking at the vesting tentative map now. Post demolition, then you can record a final map where you can convey and finance and things like that. As part of conveying the final map on R1 or R2 or any of the phase that's not the affordable, we have to record a final map on the dedications, one to the city and then the other to the nonprofit affordable developer. But they can begin work that would facilitate the literal dedication to them, which is also required, but they can begin work on architectural before that. We give them an option and make clear that they have legal rights and we have obligations to deliver that, so they can start, spending time and resources on architectural review in advance of the map.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Sillen, can we just add a little clarification a little bit to it? Because there is a provision in the development agreement that sort of does touch on so first final map that gets recorded, you do have to recreate the parcel for R3, and then that gets dedicated at that point. There is a provision in the development agreement that also obligates Lane to enter into an agreement with whomever it is they select as the affordable housing developer. And that agreement requires that they submit, applications to the city. I forget the exact time frame, but I believe it's 12 months from the date of the recording of the final map. They have to submit their application, and they have to submit building permits, application for building permits within 18 months. I believe it's after following the approval of the architectural control permit for that. So, of course, if they go faster, that's fine as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. It generally sounds like there are things in place to kind of incentivize and facilitate this moving forward quickly. I was wondering in regards to the number of units. So since the EIR studied a certain number, the 800, excuse me, and so I believe that leaves 154 for that particular building. Is the affordable housing developer limited to that no matter what, regardless of any state laws, housing or affordable housing overlay, et cetera? If they went over that in any way, would that be require getting a new EIR done or something of that nature?
Yeah, I believe they could use laws like state density bonus, and we would then have to look at the specific proposal to see what CEQA review would be required.
Okay, maybe asking another way, is there a world where a developer could go over the 154 without requiring CEQA review? Are there state laws that could potentially allow for that, to your knowledge?
I think we'd have to look at what the exact proposal is and what's in place at the time.
Okay. It would depend on what they're proposing, so it's kind of hard to speculate on that.
All right. I will move on. Mr. Murray, I had a follow-up question for you. Yeah, I know Commissioner Silverstein was asking about the housing you're planning on adding. I just want to press you one more time for any sort of ballpark figure on number of units or anything you're willing to share in terms of what could be possible, or maybe what your limitations are.
It's really tough to answer at this exact moment because we're really in the mix of very much in trying to figure out how do you our goal is to not only commit to reducing the square footage of the office, but try to redesign it where we're trying to free up land to go back to residential. So it's very much a moving target. I would think we'd try to, and these are very ballpark numbers, but try to add at least 200 housing units or something in that realm. I think we also have to think about like where are we hitting that Commissioner Schindler brought up, where's the distinction between addendum and the supplemental EIR and things like that. Those have major impacts in how we think about time and risk and cost. We want to add housing, like a meaningful amount of housing. We definitely want to stay in that addendum territory as it relates to CEQA impacts. And there's moves on our side in the commercial we'll be trying to make to facilitate both of those things. But we do have, like a lot of things in this project, there are competing interests. But with all those in mind, we'd be trying to, that would be like, I think kind of a minimum we'd be striving for, hopefully more.
Yeah, I was thinking about the EIR, and I'm not sure if this is how it works, but since we studied 1.38 million, and then you've taken it down to 1 million, I'm sure it's not like one for one, but let's say it was. How many dwelling units would that allow if you just swapped out the reduced non-residential that you've committed to with housing?
I'm not qualified to answer that offhand. I think we'd be in pretty good shape if you're talking about 380,000 square feet of commercial for 1 unit per square foot. So called 380 housing units. Like my knee jerk would be like, that should be pretty safe. But I don't know that for a fact, but that would, I don't know if anybody wants to weigh on that who does the IRs, but I'm cautiously optimistic we can add meaningful housing and like stay in the addendum territory and, do it quickly.
Okay. And I think you mentioned
things kind of need to happen too, right?
Sorry, I'm going to use the prerogative of the chair and direct that question also to the EIR consultant for any additional opinion, because I think it's a good one. Please do.
Sure. I don't have a crystal ball either, like everyone else in the room, but I can tell you there is a world where if you reduce the commercial component or the non-residential component of the project and increase the residential component of the project, that those two things can balance each other out, so to speak. And there is a world where an addendum can be done for that, because it's more about the maximum envelope of the physical impact of the environment, whether that's coming from residential or non-residential, that is the trigger for an addendum versus a subsequent EIR. In fact, I'm doing an addendum right now for a large project that's doing exactly that.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Go ahead.
Great, thanks. And Mr. Murray, in addition to the EIR, I believe you mentioned zoning is another limitation that would potentially cap the number of additional residential units you could add. Is that correct?
Well, zoning is kind of a series of rules, right? There's height restrictions, there's setback from property lines. I don't think zoning implicates any maximum on the site. The EIR is really what I think as it stands right now. Like I think the entire site is getting rezoned where you could add more housing in lots of places wherever you want. I don't believe zoning per se has a cap like the EIR. We've studied 800. That is our cap to approve at this moment in time. But I think the zoning's pretty flexible on that front.
Yeah, I guess personally it confuses me because there's the zoning and then there's the CDP, and you're going to be submitting a new CDP, which could potentially change out all of it. So I guess I will just assume if you're saying the EIR is the main limiting factor and that's what we discussed, I'm happy with that. I guess, I think a lot of the comments tonight and email comments and general discussion, like you said, have been about the jobs housing and what's the right number. And I think it's great that you've lowered the commercial square footage by the non-residential square footage by such a large percentage. And in addition to that, you're coming here saying you're planning on building more housing. I guess for the, because at this point, it's not fully balanced according to the housing needs assessment, but it's not that far away. And that's great, considering the project right now has zero housing, the land. I was just wondering, going back to the question of certainty, is there anything we could add today I know there's like the streamlining provision. Is there anything else that could be added today to make it easier for you to add those units later? 200, 300, whatever it is. And would you be willing to, I guess, have a more firm commitment to build some minimum number at this point? And is that even possible?
I'm pretty concerned with the latter part, but just to kind of try to reiterate and clarify what the DA is saying is like, so we're losing this commercial square footage. And then our only tool to replace that from an economic standpoint is to provide more housing. And we're getting a streamlined process to do that. So if our options are build 1 million square feet of office and 800 units, or build 1 million square feet of office and 1,000 units, like that for the same amount of land, that's always going to be better. I'd be very concerned with promising something. We have a lot of moving pieces, right? This is going to be a holistic redesign, taking into account the future planning for like the S&T building and the P building. Like we're working on this. It's really hard to say right now. I'd be very surprised if we're under that 200 number I threw out, but it's too early for me to guarantee that. But, you know, in housing, you generally make money. If it's for sale product, you make money by the home. And if it's rental product, you make money, you know, by the unit, by the door. So we're definitely incentivized to add housing. Exactly what it's going to look like it's just too early for us to predict because there's a lot of other moving pieces.
Got it. Okay. I had to ask. And I was wondering about I'm sympathetic to Commissioner Silverstein's comments about ground floor retail. I think, you know, when you travel to other places, typically when you get off a train at a train station, you're kind of surrounded by that type of use. In Menlo Park, we have a situation where like one side of the train tracks, that is mostly the case, but on the other side, we have a coffee shop and then that's it. So to sort of walk one block down Ravenswood and encounter an apartment building with no ground floor retail seems a little suboptimal, I suppose. And so I just wanted to revisit the comment you mentioned. So I heard that in the CDP, you are limited to the 45,000 square feet, but I believe you also said like you're open to taking direction to expand that. Can you comment on what that would look like?
Well, we'll have to do future CEQA study as we're looking at adding housing. There's going to be opportunities to modify things with what was studied in that prior EIR too, right? We're still going to live with that non-residential cap that we mentioned, but we're very open to adding more retail. And I will say it was a challenge in the residential because we're trying to squeeze as many units as we could to get to that 800. So you're trying to preserve, you know, private amenity space within the building. So that was a little constrained in terms of the residential building itself. But I think, you know, that can change potentially. But I think for the future office, as we're looking at, you know, new ideas and compressing office onto less land, I think there's a great opportunity there for changing, you know, the amenity retail stuff we have now and expanding on it. And we're very open to, you know, hearing, you know, having more direction on that, but we think it's a great idea.
Okay, so to reiterate what you said, it sounds like for the residential, it's unlikely that you would be adding some sort of component to the ground floor that would make the buildings taller for one thing, and that's the first phase.
To date, I think it is more challenging because we don't plan on changing those apartment buildings. We've kind of got them to a place where, you know, hopefully the height's palatable. They're getting to a huge amount of units, you know, without feeling like that on the street. So I think we kind of used every inch of those buildings so far to accomplish that. But it doesn't mean it's impossible. It doesn't mean you can have a small retail use. But that's been our focus, is like make 800 units work. And that's what you're seeing in the master plan right now.
And is it fair to say that if the direction was to swap out some of the, within the 1 million, to swap out some of the non-residential from office/R&D to commercial retail, would you be open to that?
Yeah, we're open to increasing it above we also want to keep it within the confines of like, what's a retail program that's going to lease, that's going to stay leased. So I don't think we want to do 100,000 square feet of retail. I just don't think that would be a very good very good, just business plan. I think it'd be kind of out of scale, but we think retail is a good idea for leasing office. We think it's a good idea for the community amenity. So we're very open to it. We just don't want to, we have to kind of figure out what the right tenant mix and where it goes. And, but I think we would probably do it at a minimum. I think we'd probably do that, 45,000 feet that's in the amenity building now.
Okay, yeah, I would just echo Commissioner Silverstein's comment that when I speak to community members about development in Menlo Park, pretty much unanimous support for Springline. Everyone seems to really like that project. And so I think the community would support more ground floor retail when the time for that comes.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you quickly, and I'm just keeping an eye on the clock, and I believe we do need a motion to go past 11. Okay, we have a motion. I don't want to assume that commissioners can do that. I would like to, if commissioners would be open to it, and I would propose we have a motion to, I don't know the exact verb, extend this meeting until 11:15.
So moved.
I mean, through the chair, some feedback. I'm not sure that's going to be enough time. And
I'm not sure either, but I'm going to do this in increments so that we keep ourselves honest. So we'll do 11:15.
Do you have a method? All right. Second then.
Okay. I'm going to call the vote. Can I get a clarification from staff that Commissioner Baruzzi, for the purposes of this meeting, is not a voting member? Or does she vote?
No, Commissioner Baruzzi is a voting member. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, then I will call the vote. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I'm also a yes. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sillen, please continue.
Okay, thank you. I will wrap up soon with my questions. Thank you, Mr. Murray, for answering my questions. I had a couple of questions for staff. Regarding the new zoning that we're creating here, I guess I'm a little confused because there's the new zoning, but then there's also CDP that kind of modifies a lot of the zoning. Without turning this into a huge open-ended question, I guess I'm just wondering, what are the implications of creating this new zoning district beyond this project? Does it apply to other parcels today? Is it something that could be used for future parcels later? Like, yeah, could you just comment on that, please?
Yeah, so right now it would just be for the Parkline parcel, but in the future it could apply to other parcels within half a mile of a major transit stop. And so the CDP modifies the proposed zoning district. It cannot modify the density or intensity, but it can modify all other standards. And so a lot of those are modified by the development regulations and design standards, and the zoning district actually requires separate design standards, as was done for the Parkline project.
Okay, thank you. I have one other question about circulation. So this hasn't come up much at this meeting, but I know at the DEIR meeting, there was concern about streets like Marcuson or Pine, and if like Ravenswood's backed up, people are cutting through those streets to get to Oak Grove or what have you. As someone that lived in Los Angeles, I know that there was a lot of like local street cut through traffic. So I'm wondering if there was any study or research done to do anything about that specifically. I guess it would be like maybe making them one-way streets or putting something in the middle so that you can't use it as a through street. Was that studied or considered at all?
Yes, so the driveways were purposely offset from those streets, like Marcus and Pine, so it would be difficult to use them as cut-through streets.
Okay, was anything else studied beyond that?
I believe that was the extent of it.
Okay. Yeah, I have like others comments, but no more questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Baruzzi, do you have questions?
I do, thank you. There've been a lot of great questions, so I'm actually going to keep this pretty short. I wanted to ask staff. I was going back and reviewing our housing element for this cycle, and I was looking at a list of pipeline projects, of which this is one. And I just want to confirm with staff a couple of things about what it means to be a pipeline project and what needs to be in place for a project to count towards this current RHNA cycle. And I also just wanted to note, it's not agendized tonight, so we probably can't discuss it too much, but there's one very large pipeline project that at the time that the housing element, people were optimistically thinking building permits might be issued, as early as 2023. That was Willow Village. It was a pretty significant chunk of our pipeline. And that project doesn't seem to be going anywhere. So I want to know from staff, first, the 400 units from Parkline that are currently counted in the pipeline, what needs to materialize by the end of the housing element segment for this to count? And then I'll have a couple of follow-up questions.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for the questions. So for Parkline, as a pipeline project, it was considered for 400 units, and it's now doubled to 800. And it's counted at various stages, from entitlement all the way to the certificate of occupancy. So it's not just counted at a certain point, it's the different stages that are counted.
I see. So is it enough to have entitlements, which is something that the city council might vote on as early as this year? Would that be acceptable to FHCD when they're reviewing progress? Or, I mean, because we've done that for another large project that hasn't been developed. And that seems, there are rumors that maybe it won't be developed anytime soon. So I want to understand about this.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm Mary Wagner. I'm with your city attorney's office. And I worked on your housing element and thought I would weigh in here too. So in order to count towards your RHNA progress in your housing element, as you know, we report annually to HCD on where you are in the implementation of your housing element. So as Ms. Sandmeyer said, you report at various stages in the project. So if the project were to be entitled this year, it would show up on your next APR. That goes to HCD next year to report on 2025. So you report actually on application, entitlement, building permit, and certificate of occupancy. And I think you had another question about how projects can be counted as pipeline projects. If they are in a stage of development and during these kind of buffer periods on either end of your RHNA cycle, you have I think the RHNA cycle actually starts, the planning period starts the June before the January deadline. So you can count projects that are in the works, if you will, toward your next RHNA cycle.
So a quick follow-up. What happens, hypothetically speaking, if projects that are entitled that we've reported on don't get built within the envelope of, or don't even get permitted within the envelope of the current cycle?
If they kind of split cycles, if you will, if they are entitled in one cycle and permits are issued in another cycle.
Or maybe never issued. I mean, never's an odd word. We can't know never, but yeah, within the current cycle, let's start there.
If they've never been completely developed, how they would be reported out to HCD, I think they would fall off at some point, your reporting cycle, depending on if you've included how they've been developing over the time.
Okay, so, but you don't have to, like, if we get to 2031,
2030.
Yes, yeah, 2030. If we get to 2031 and we haven't issued building permits for this project yet, does that mean that we will be missing those 400 units for what we were meant to be doing?
If you have those units in other projects throughout the city, you would have essentially a shortfall of RENA units, but they aren't necessarily carried forward to your next RENA cycle.
Okay. All right. I think I understand that.
Great.
Thank you.
I just have a quick clarification question. Oh, sorry, Katie.
Go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to be sure that before we lost that one, because this is a nuance that I think I understand the finer point about we report to HCD at multiple points during the process.
Correct.
But for lack of a better term, the units count against RENA at the building permit point.
Yes, you would actually have them counted as completed units once the building permits are issued.
Okay.
Yeah, or yes, and well, certificates of occupancy, really, not just building permits.
Okay.
Because the issuance of the building permit doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be built and completed. It's
Right.
certificates of occupancy, and I neglected to include that in the list of things we report on, I believe.
No,
So
I
that's
think you
the last
mentioned it.
stage, it's that certificate of occupancy.
Okay, I just kind of wanted to understand when we are thinking perhaps overly simplistically in black
get
and white
credit.
terms about RENA, what is it that what is the metric that we are thinking about?
So again,
3,000 units of,
yeah, you're reporting your progress towards your RENA throughout the APR, right? All the cycles of your 8-year planning period. And the unit actually is completed, obviously, and done when you get that certificate of occupancy. But again, units don't necessarily carry forward. It's not like you're going to start the 7th cycle if, for example, you were down 100 very low income units. That doesn't necessarily get added to your RENA allocation for your 7th cycle unless other very specific circumstances applied and you have carry forward units. Again, RENA, but your housing element is supposed to plan for these units to be able to be developed. We still are in the process of, you have to have the development capacity in place for those units to be developed. They don't necessarily have to have been developed.
thank you, that's very helpful. Apologies, Katie.
Commissioner Baruzzi, go.
Yeah, sorry. I hope that you can hear me. The thing that I'm really curious about, I guess as a potential liability as I see it, is that delayed projects or projects that we have thought would be developed within this time frame that don't get developed could put our city at risk for not meeting our RENA numbers, and that could cause consequences. And I guess my follow-up question was going to be, what would be the consequences of being short a certain number of below market rate units or market rate units or anything else? Like, what if we don't make our RENA numbers? What are the consequences? I think people have been worried about the consequences of not getting our housing element approved on time and potential builders remedy projects. Does that happen again if we don't get enough new units built or permitted, occupied in time frame?
To start with the last part of your question there first, there was a great deal of concern to get housing elements completed within the timeframes, the statutorily required timeframes, in order to avoid the so-called builder's remedy. You have a certified housing element now, and absent some extreme circumstances, for example, if the city, I just read some HCD letters where housing elements had been decertified, particularly in the area where the cities didn't adopt the rezonings in order to provide the capacity to meet the RENA. Housing elements were decertified. If there were circumstances where a city was not actively pursuing implementation of its housing element programs, there could be a situation where HCD would relook at that city and through their enforcement division, seek to have the city explain why they weren't making progress on certain programs in their housing element. And that could lead to other repercussions ultimately, it could lead to decertification of the housing element if there were, circumstances that HCD felt warranted that. I'm not sure that answers fully your question about what if we don't meet our RHNA number. But again, we're planning, we're planning for the number of units that we were allocated. We have to provide the capacity for those units to be developed and to provide the incentives through the programs and the housing element for the development of those units. But again, the city has to be actively working toward having those units developed.
I see. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay.
I don't have any further questions.
Okay. I'll take this opportunity just to share some thoughts of mine, and then I think we'll continue forward. All of the questions that I was going to ask have already been asked. Thank you very much to the thoughtfulness of my fellow commissioners. I'll just say a few things quickly. First, the thing that I'm struck by most about this project, and I just want to say thank you, honestly, is the level of responsiveness and creativity involved all the way through the 5 years that the city has been developing this. I want to say thank you first and foremost to staff for all of the incredibly hard work. I think credit is due to Lane Partners for listening to citizens of Menlo Park and the Planning Commission, the City Council, and being so creative. I was heartened to hear so many public commenters comment specifically on how they had met personally with Mr. Murray and his team. And I think that's a credit to the team. I want to say thank you to the EIR consultant for, I'm not an EIR expert, but it seems like within the construct of the EIR, we got creative about how to consider different variants as we were going along. And I'm also thankful to members of the public who were giving comments on this many, many years ago before, so certainly I got involved. So I think projects take a long time. It's somewhat maybe not obvious to say that a project that's been going 5 years at this point has been responsive, but I think it really has. And I think that dynamism shows in the quality of the design. So that's my first comment. My second comment is, I think the issue of jobs and housing is obviously relevant. The way I think about that is that it's difficult, but the one thing that we can do as a city, which I think we have done, is to look at this holistically. I think it becomes very hard to look at this issue project by project. And fortunately, we do look at this as a city. We have a housing element. The way I think about it is the city should do as much as it possibly can to execute on its housing element. It seems like this project at least is giving us an extra boost compared to where we thought that we were. And if the city executes on its housing element, we're going to be in a pretty good spot with regards to this issue, which is credit to the effort that went into that housing element, to all the work that this commission did. And so that's at least the way I think about that issue. And then the last thing I'll say, which is perhaps obvious, but worth mentioning, is with a project like this, it's so complex. There can't possibly be everything that everyone wants, but this project has so much that I think is worth getting excited about. No one has mentioned the potential or at least in comments, the potential for the reservoir, but I think infrastructure like that is incredibly difficult to build in a city. And I think I'm really excited about that in a little bit of a nerdy way. I think the soccer field was briefly mentioned, but I think that would be a huge benefit to the city, opening up access to the site, creating more parks. I think there are just like a ton of things that this project is bringing that I think you couldn't necessarily guarantee that a project, even of this type, of this complexity, of this size, would be bringing this level of potential public benefit to the city. So I'm very excited about that. In the specific, I would echo, I think, comments from Vice Chair Silverstein and Commissioner Sillern around retail. I would be interested, I'm not exactly sure how to do it, but I would be interested in when we eventually do get to a motion, if my fellow commissioners are interested, having some sort of recommendation or direction around maximizing ground floor retail. We received a public comment, I think earlier this week or maybe last week, sort of concerned that the public space within the office park part of the development would not be used as true public space by the residents because it would be sort of considered part of the office development. I don't know if that's true or not, but it strikes me as a reasonable concern. And I think having ground floor retail in the office part would be an obvious pull and an obvious sign that that area is meant to be used by the public. So I would be interested in specifics in the motion around that. That's where I am right now, and I'll look for further comments from other commissioners. Oh yes, Commissioner Bruzzi.
It's actually 2 a.m. where I am, so I'm going to try to make my comments now before I become catatonic. I want to second some of what you've said just now, and I think it's easy when we start thinking about projects like this, about opportunities, 62 acres of prime land. It's easy to think about the ideal project. You know, if we were Walt Disney and we were designing Disneyland, whatever that was, we developed it, and we were starting the entire community from scratch, and it were our land, like what could we do to make it the incredible, perfect thing? And it's funny because I think even then as a community, we probably wouldn't agree. We'd have some people saying they wanted a soccer field and some people saying they wanted a dog park or a community garden. We'd have people asking for more parking, for less parking. But I think the truth is that's not the counterfactual that's on the table for us tonight. So it's not the city's land. The land belongs to SRI. Over the years, they've talked about redeveloping in different ways. They've mentioned, for example, I think it was in 2012 or 2013, they came before Planning Commission. They were planning on doing an EIR just to redevelop the office, not to build any housing. So this is actually a welcome improvement, considering all the concerns we have about housing. It's particularly interesting to me that it's gone from being a 100% jobs, no housing project, which is moreover walled off from the community, a fortress, with a noisy power plant, some scary sounding labs that a lot of the community didn't even know existed that are now kind of upset about and see decommissioned. It could become something, the proposal that's before us is for this project to become something that's readily accessible to the community, that will have local retail, cafes, et cetera, in proximity to our civic center and one of our larger parks, our pool, that will have homes. And yes, also jobs at a site where historically we've had a really high percentage of people commuting by rail and other methods other than single occupancy vehicles. So I do think that we don't want to be a city that doesn't have any jobs. And this is a good location for them. It's great to see all the people from SRI getting off the train in the morning to walk to work. And I think we can really build on that success and have something that's pretty vibrant. When Pokemon Go first came out, my son and I used to longingly look, we would play together. We lived in the Winfield Oaks area, and we would look at, there were within the SRI campus, there were Pokemon Go gyms and Pokestops that we couldn't access because they were behind lock and key. And I think I just remember that, and I think about how cool it would have been if instead of SRI as currently exists, when my son was 7, 8, 10 years old, we could have been able to bike on some of those paths. If he could have been able to go to soccer games on the site, if he could have been able to visit friends that he went to school with who lived there, and go buy a popsicle at a store there, which he would have been able to walk to from our house in Winfield Oaks, from our apartment. So I think this project offers a lot of promise. I think that the developer has, as others have mentioned, gone to pretty remarkable lengths, considering what we've seen, to meet with the community and to talk to them and try to adjust the project. I think it stands to offer more housing even than what they're currently talking about in the current CDP that's on the table. And so I'm looking forward to seeing what that could look like. But I also, as is probably clear from the questions I was asking, I'm pretty concerned about what will happen if we don't make good progress, good faith progress against our reading numbers for this cycle. And I, for one, don't know that HCD would think that it was a good faith effort if we sent this all the way back to the drawing board, which seemed to be the subtext of some of the public comments they heard today. So I'm excited about the permeability, the family friendliness of this. I'm excited about the vibrancy this will bring to our community. And I absolutely support the project and would recommend council use of this.
Thank you, Commissioner Baruzzi. I think we need another motion to extend the meeting. I'm going to suggest we extend to 11:30. If
Moved.
Second.
okay, I will call the vote. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Yes.
Sorry, the motion. Okay, sorry. Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion passes. Thank you very much. Commissioner Doe.
Thank you, Chair. So I wholeheartedly agree with the overall stepping back summary that Commissioner Baruzzi and Chair that you offered on. We'll never get a perfect project, but this is watching the evolution of starting with 400 units and just watching those things kind of grow and morph and change around the site. And also the land, kind of like just how things just converged, and the church was kind of naturally felt it was time for them to move on, and just being sensitive to the time that, the timelines. And so I just listening to all the great comments and questions, I don't want to cut short any further discussion or comments, but I don't know if a motion has been made. But I did want to understand, I think there were some comments from the three commissioners about retail, and if it was a suggestion that something change in what is in the staff recommendation, or if just highlighting, yay, we want the retail, or if it's actually like requiring at least 45,000 or removing the cap on 40,000. Just want to understand if your thoughts on that, or if it's just.
These are my thoughts personally, not as chair. I was more thinking not something hyper specific, just given that can make things difficult on a project level. I would be in favor of something like, I'm not making a motion, but if we were to approving it with strong direction to maximize ground floor retail, or some language like that. But I would be open to other ideas as well.
So I don't know if it's premature to Vice Chair, you were about to.
Oh, I just
You want
believe
to
that.
yield to Vice Chair Silvers?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I believe that the chair mentioned that there are 6 different things that we need to approve as part of this overall item. And after commissioners give their comments, then we'll go through each of those 6 individually and have motions.
Got it.
Yep. Through the chair, there's actually one resolution for the Planning Commission that's recommending approval to the City Council of the 6 items. So it would only be one motion.
Yes, that makes sense to me. I did, at this point, and since we've all gone through, we don't have to go through all 6, but did just want to make sure I give the chance for commissioners, if commissioners have specific comments about a specific one of the 6, the 6 are the EIR, the amending the general plan land use amendment, the zoning ordinance, the BMR housing agreement, the vesting tentative map, or the development agreement. If commissioners have specific comments on any one of those that's worth pulling out, I think we should do that in order to feel comfortable with the overall resolution. Vice Chair Silverstein.
I do have a comment and would want to get the perspective of other commissioners, specifically around the development agreement. I want to go back to one of the comments that Commissioner Doe made around intersections being the most dangerous part of anybody's bike commute, particularly with the high school being on the corner of Ravenswood and Middlefield, as well as Laurel Street being used as a biking corridor for middle schoolers to get over to Oak Grove and Hillview. I do know that in the development agreement, there is the TIF fee that is $9 million that's going to go to some fund in order to reduce the impact of traffic. I personally, this is potentially a question for staff on what requirements there would be in order to improve those specific intersections, at least Ravenswood and Middlefield, Ravenswood and Laurel. I know that those are possible options as an alternative to the traffic impact fee, but I don't think it's required. And I personally feel very strongly that that absolutely should happen, particularly as we're doing all of these other improvements and adding protected bike lanes. And if there is something that the Public Works Department needs to either opine or assure us, or if that's something the developer can do, I'm looking for some feedback, and I'm also interested in what other commissioners think about this. But those two intersections, I feel very strongly, we can't just leave it up to either chance or a nebulous timeline of them getting safety improvements as this comes online.
So the traffic impact fee provisions are in the CDP, so they're not in the development agreement. And those improvements are called out as requirements for this project, and they are the ones that are identified as TIF improvements. They're part of your the city's traffic impact fee program. So those improvements will be provided for as part of the development of the project. And then for, with respect to the $9.8 million figure, they get credit against that sort of obligation based on the value of the improvements that they make. So these improvements that are listed in the CDP, they are going to be required improvements.
And the improvements are the in lieu improvement, the TIF in lieu improvements. That's a guarantee they will happen. And the question is whether or not they happen with funds from the developer through the city or by the developer themselves. Am I understanding that correctly?
The TIF in lieu improvements are required conditions or recommended conditions of approval of the project that the developer would be required to construct as part of the project. They'd be credited back or credited towards their TIF payments. So that 9.8 million would be deducted from the cost to actually conduct and develop and construct, excuse me, that's where I'm looking for, construct those improvements. Does that help to clarify?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Can I ask why the intersection of Ravenswood and Laurel was not included as part of these, if anyone knows? And is there a possibility of adding that as, it might need to get studied, but as part of the formal improvements?
My understanding is that the intersection of Ravenswood and Laurel did not see a potential level of service deficiency created by the project. So there were no recommended improvement measures for level of service or vehicle delay at the intersection. So that is what the TIA looks at. The non-CEQA analysis is level of service. So the project did not create an effect at that intersection. So there were no recommended measures.
There are some frontage improvements along Laurel Street that will be required.
So none of those improvements have to do with safety for our kids biking to school, correct?
The frontage improvements do. Those are the class 4 bike lanes. Apologies if I misunderstood your question about TIA versus.
Yeah, I was specifically thinking about the TIA and that, like, the level of service analyses and what the high impact is going to be. That's specifically car traffic impact, not how do we improve like the neighborhood kids, correct?
For the TIA, yes, the TIA looks at level of service vehicles, correct. To answer your question, And to go back to some of the things that were talked about throughout this meeting this evening, the improvements along Laurel Street do include the bike improvements for the Class 4. There is also bike improvements along Ravenswood. There's also pedestrian frontage improvements, as was mentioned also as well. So there are those improvements along the frontages. That's different than like an intersection improvement per se.
Yeah, I was just specifically reminded about intersections when Commissioner Doe reminded everyone that those are the biggest conflict points, and those are the things that scare me most as a parent of kids who bike to school. Okay, so to conclude on this, obviously this is not going to impact my, or not necessarily obviously, this would not impact my desire to vote on this project. If it is infeasible to include safety improvements at these intersections as part of the CDP, then so be it. If other commissioners are interested in having that as part of some form of amendment in the resolution, then that'd be great.
Commissioner Farrick.
Oh, thank you. I asked a lot of questions earlier, but I didn't round it up with sort of my comments, so I just wanted to offer those. They probably mostly relate to the CDP and DA, but they probably touch on a couple other things. One, I really appreciate the excellent open space integrated into the project in various areas that will benefit everybody that uses the project, lives there, works there, goes through there. Really appreciated the nice range of affordability in the BMR units and the ownership opportunities for those 7. I think it'll be really a great step forward for the city. Appreciate the sustainability elements like removing the power generation plant, the undergrounding of utilities, the addition of the water reservoir, and many other electrification, et cetera. So thank you for that. And very much echo appreciation for Mr. Murray and Lane Partners really immersing yourselves in community. Since you are part of the community, live here, I can see it show up in how you've evolved the project in really thoughtful ways because you live here too. So that's great. Regarding the retail element, I'm supportive of Lane Partners exploring the feasibility of it. I just wouldn't want to require it as a condition of the project at this point. I would say have at it from a feasibility standpoint, but yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say. And also just thank you for reassuring the community that all of the nice things you're doing to protect the Burgess Classics neighborhood are protected in various ways through the CDP, DA, and articulated in other agreements that are all connected. So just because they may not be spelled out in letter by letter in the DA per se, we were assured that they're all part of the project, so protected. So that's it.
Commissioner Sillon.
Thank you. Before I make my comments, I have 2 more quick questions for staff. I had a discussion with Mr. Murray about the BMR housing, and I asked what entitlements would be needed from the developer once they're selected for that, once the land is dedicated and they select the developer for the 100% affordable housing. He said that it would be architectural controls, and sorry, I forget what else, but is that, I just want to confirm with staff that that's your understanding as well, because the EIR is already done and all the other sort of things are put in place already.
Yes, if it follows the CDP as expected, then it would just be architectural control.
Okay, great. And then second question is in line with Commissioner Silverstein's question about the TIF projects and the payment. So the 9.8 million, does staff have any sort of ballpark guess as to how much of that will be absorbed by the improvements that are already in the CDP? Is it meant to, are those improvements meant to basically suck up all that money, or is it meant to just take up a portion of it?
It depends. I think those were the projects identified, and it's the requirement is for the applicant to provide a cost estimate for each improvement. So it's kind of a process to go through. So we don't know right now how much those would cost.
Yeah, Commissioner Schillen, since you're speaking, I was wondering if you would make a motion to extend this meeting to 11:45.
Yes, I recognize that it's getting late, and I understand we're not the approving body for this project. I will try to quickly make some comments and yield to others, but yeah, I do think we need more time. So I'll make a motion for extending the meeting to 11:45.
Second.
Okay, we will vote. Commissioner Baruzzi,
Yes.
Commissioner Doe,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion passes. Thank you very much. Commissioner Sillen, back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, real quick, want to echo the sentiments of other planning commissioners. I think this is a huge potential impact to Menlo Park. So I really appreciate all of the work that's been done thus far by staff and all the consultants and the applicant and the community. We've gotten some really thoughtful public comments, which I appreciate. And yeah, I think I've just seen the developer respond to a lot of the community concerns from small groups, large groups. So, you know, the ones on my list would be like access from Laurel, that was changed significantly, huge increase in housing, lowering the commercial square feet by a huge percentage, taking the BSL3 labs off the table, doing a trip cap. And I remember a year ago, we were talking about circulation and making sure that high school kids have a way to access the school with the bike pass. So that all looks great. It's a fiscally positive project for the fire department and the school districts. And yeah, like I said earlier, I think there is a housing imbalance created by this. But when I think about the alternative of kind of like what Commissioner Baruzzi said, the alternative of leaving it as is, or what SRI might do with it, given that they do have the employee cap that's much higher than what they have now, I think it makes sense to move forward. Since we are sort of making a recommendation to council, I personally, like, we can't add conditions of approval at this stage. So what I would want to see in terms of things we highlight to council, which I think we did before when we approved the housing element annual report as an example, would be, asking council to consider something to add more certainty for more retail later on down the line. For traffic improvements, I understand that like there's the 2 million that was set aside for kind of something nearby, and the goal of that was flexibility. On the flip side, I think everyone is very concerned about traffic on Ravenswood. And so given that there might be money left over in this 9.8 million, I would want to urge council to maybe be more specific with that money, to target something more concrete that will deliver improvements. My personal preference would be the Middle Avenue Tunnel, since that's been going on for such a long time, and that would really get that access for cyclists going to MA High School from the other side of El Camino. And the third thing would just be just whatever certainty we can get that more housing will be built. You know, I know Mr. Murray said he's not inclined to guarantee anything, but just anything council could do, maybe things change by the time they hear this project, to ensure that more housing is built. So vaguely, I don't have a motion here, but those are vaguely the things I would really want to support or highlight for council. But generally, I'm supportive of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you very much. I just want to sort of summarize comments and thought processes. So with a project of this magnitude, I found it was really important for myself to put it in the context of the role that we have and all the kinds of projects that we look at. And so I went back and reminded myself of sort of the broader context that California has a severe housing shortage that stems from decades where a range of different factors got in the way of building housing that would have kept up with California's growth. So Menlo Park specifically has this RHNA number of housing units we've committed to. The city has a strategy for delivering it, the housing element. And as a planning commissioner, I think that's part of my job to help support it. And this point was made by Commissioner Baruzzi and also by Commissioner Sullivan, but I will just remind myself that the choice before us and then ultimately, of course, council is to approve or not approve proposed projects like this one, right? So the city cannot force property owners to develop their property in a specific way. Ultimately, the decision lies with the owner of the property, whether or how to develop it. So with that framework, a question before us is to approve or not approve, or the question that will ultimately come to the council. It's a cost benefit. That's how I think about this. The list of benefits is really long. It's lots of housing. It's 31% of those units being affordable, which is double what we required. It's reduced and better office space. So much more I could say about that. It's the openness and the access to a whole section in the middle of our city with open spaces and public space and biking. It's a net financial lift to the city. In basically every scenario, it's more revenue to all of the it's to the city, both school districts, to the fire district. It's great for the environment. I can't even list all of the different ways related to that. Electrification, commercial space, getting rid of the power plant. There's so many other things. The quality of life benefits, the playing field, the water storage, excuse me, the commercial shuttle, the event area. And I'm just, we've all read it. It's a huge list. And when I think about what's on the other side, to me, the combination of all of the comments we've heard tonight and in writing kind of boils down to two questions. Is the housing number too small? And is the traffic number too big? And I have to, then I'm thinking about, do you approve or not approve the proposed project with those considerations? So on the housing number, is it too small? We absolutely need more housing in the city. We need what's in the current proposal, and we need more than that. But additional housing can't be added to the project. We've discussed this ad nauseum without changing the CEQA considerations. So I think at this point, and we know we've certainly heard strong emphasis from Lane Partners about their intent to include more housing. At this point, I think if we don't approve the project, we're talking about at least potentially of a multi-year delay on the 800 that are already in there if we wanted to wait for the entire project and the next phase to be defined. So if the response was not approve and we're going to delay, there's 800 units at risk. There's also the possibility that there are 800 units being delayed. There's also the possibility that the 800 units never get developed. So for all of those reasons, I think the cost of delay on that basis doesn't meet the criteria for me. On the traffic concerns here, traffic comes up, directly when people are talking about traffic, and it comes up indirectly when people are talking about how much office space there is. I think the TDM and the estimates of the impact in the range of 40 or 45%, or at least, and the commitment to hit the 35% reduction, together with thinking about how the phasing of development will result in traffic sort of coming online. I'm going to scroll through all of the comments and basically just say, in summary, the additive components of those, the depth of the TDM program, and the fact that phased construction means the traffic will come online in waves with an opportunity for residents and tenants to respond accordingly if the measurements say that we're above the cap. That incremental car traffic that would be attributable to this project isn't grounds for denying approval either. So for doing that cost benefit analysis with that long list of tremendous benefits to the city and to the community, the current residents and the future residents, and thinking about the sort of the concerns we've heard, I will definitely be supporting this project without any conditions. I don't have any concerns about any of the 6 documents either. They all support the points clearly enough.
Thank you. Commissioner Sillen.
Thank you. I guess I'm wondering if other commissioners have thoughts on what I mentioned earlier about highlighting in our motion. It sounds like there's general support for recommend approval of the project. So I'm wondering if there's any support for additional highlighting of things for council. I threw out retail, directing the transit money more specifically to the tunnel or something else, and ensuring that more the additional housing that Mr. Murray has mentioned they're willing to do is built, whether that's feasible or not. I'm wondering if other commissioners would be interested in adding any of that language to the motion.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you, Chair. May I direct a question to staff, kind of in response to Commissioner Sillen's question? I'm assuming, in what format will the key elements of this discussion be conveyed to council? So would it come through in staff report summaries, or in a different way than it would be if we included it as part of a resolution or a motion?
Yeah, but we'll certainly provide a summary in the staff report to City Council on the discussion. I mean, there is the option to include something in the motion, like if there was a specific change recommended in the CDP, for example. But I mean, if that's not the case, we'll certainly highlight the discussion and around those specific items.
Thank you, Ms. Sandmeyer. I guess I'll say I will, I think, slightly rescind what I said earlier, which is that I had interest in including in the motion. Well, I guess I would be in favor of including in the motion something around what we highlight, what staff highlights in the summary to City Council, rather than a change to the actual conditions of approval or any of the 6 documents involved. That being said, the 3 things you highlighted, personally, not as chair, I think are good things to highlight.
Sorry, can you clarify, you would support adding those things to the motion, or you would not?
I would, but not as conditions of approval for the applicant, as I would support including them in the motion as things we ask staff to highlight in our recommendation to City Council.
Yeah, that's also what I'm proposing. And none of those 3 things would I have a specific suggestion to change the CDP in a certain way. These are more just things to highlight to council that are important to us as a planning commission. Yeah, I think before, when we asked staff, if I recall, okay, we're all concerned about this one thing, or 3 out of 5 commissioners or whatever, staff said like that will be included in the summary, but if you really care about it, you could add it to the motion. So that's kind of where I'm coming from.
Commissioner Farrick.
All right, I'll say it. I was just noting, I don't know that we need a lot of, I mean, it's all there. It's going to be in the notes. And for example, the commercial retail space is already included in the articulated 1 million square feet of non-residential square footage, inclusive of the 3 buildings to be retained, new office R&D space and commercial retail space. So I don't even know that we need to make a special emphasis there, as long as staff is relaying some of the themes that we talked about tonight.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
To respond to that specifically, I do like the specific call out of commercial retail space, specifically in contrast to the current tentative proposal around the limitation of commercial retail space being the two-story amenity building, the second story of which is exclusive only to office tenants, and the first of which might be a cafeteria that the chair noted would potentially culturally be only utilized by office tenants. And so while not amending the formal documents, calling out that we as a planning commission, if those agree, specifically want to see more ground floor retail as it exists in plenty of other developments around the world. I think that's an important thing to call out both to City Council as well as a signal to the developer themselves as they're finalizing their plans.
I'm going to call on Commissioner Baruzzi, but before I do, I think maybe we're getting close, but I do think we want to extend the meeting. I think we should extend the meeting to midnight so as to avoid a problem. I can't make a motion.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. The motion is to extend the meeting to midnight. Commissioner Baruzzi,
Yes.
Commissioner Doe,
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick,
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler,
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen,
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That motion passes. Commissioner Baruzzi.
I am a little bit agnostic about whether or not we specifically put in the motion something about retail when it's going to be reflected in the notes to council. But I did want to, this conversation did remind me of something that I bumped up against both during the public comment and looking through the site map, which is to say that the location of the proposed retail seems great. It seems accessible to people in Burgess Classics. It seems great to people, accessible to people in Lincoln Oaks and people at our Civic Center, city council members taking a break, et cetera. But I was concerned about the fact that the adjacent garage is, because of the agreement with the Burgess Classics folks, slated to be inaccessible except outside of, I think, weekday business hours, which I think could potentially cramp the opportunities for viable retail there. I'll note that even at Parkline, I believe, not Parkline, this is Parkline, Springline, a lot of lines. I think even at Springline, that retail that people love has been possibly pretty heavily subsidized, at least in the outset, by the developer, by the people who were buying the show over there. And I know that was also a big topic of discussion when we were doing Villa Village, in fact, I think the grocery store that they were planning was going to be considered maybe even a community benefit because it was going to need to be heavily subsidized for a number of years before it was viable. So I just want I want to plant that seed for both for the developer and for any members of Burgess Classics that are still listening, that you may want to be careful about hampering your ability to, go and buy a sandwich 2 minutes from your house without having to get in your car. If you have overly restrictive rules about how that garage can be used.
Thank you. I think we're getting close. Yeah, Vice Chair Silverstein.
I was going to ask if Commissioner Sillen wanted to enumerate his aforementioned potential motion, and then we could either opine or vote on it.
Okay, yeah, I will. I have tried to word out a motion here at this late hour. So I'll just number 3 things and then commissioners can say like, I don't like number 2 or whatever. I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project to City Council and highlight for Council's consideration the Commission's desire that 1, the applicant add additional retail space in the project on top of the 45,000 square feet already allocated. 2, funds are directed specifically to the Middle Avenue undercrossing. And 3, the applicant will seek to build additional housing on top of the 800 units.
I apologize if I've just been asleep this whole time. I thought we were expressing enthusiasm for retail at ground floor, welcoming, accessible, but not necessarily above 45. I didn't know we were going. I'm sorry. Am I the only one who?
I believe the 45,000 feet is already sort of spoken for
Yes.
in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
amenities, so I don't want to take that away. I'm looking to add, I believe the intention was to add additional ground level retail on top
Okay,
of that.
I'm sorry. I guess my understanding was that we were acknowledging that it was included in that 1 million square feet. But that was just my understanding.
Yes, still
Not
keeping the
that-
1 million. We're shifting some of the space around. Right now it's commercials capped, or sorry, the retail is capped at
Yes,
45,000
yeah.
square feet within the 1 million. I suppose we're saying to increase that cap within, but staying within the 1 million total cap of non-residential. Does that make sense?
Thank you. I think
Okay.
I must have missed the increase part.
Just to clarify, it is my position that of the 1 million total square feet of commercial space, that dedicating 950,000 of that to generic office space and only, I guess 955, and only 45,000 of that to retail space is an imbalance that I would like to see slightly corrected to where we would have slightly less office space and slightly more retail space. Obviously, these are not formal requirements, but these would be suggestions and
Considerations.
a better path to go forward.
Yeah, I should also say my motion didn't refer to any specific numbers of where this is coming from. I said the applicant add additional retail. We have a desire that the applicant add additional retail in the project beyond what's already there.
And then,
Sorry, I just want to clarify. I think we now have a motion on the table. So we can discuss that motion or other things, but that is a motion in my opinion.
can I ask a clarifying question on the motion? The specific word that you used was dedicate funds to the Middle Avenue crossing. Can you be more explicit as to which funds, excess funds, where it comes from, so that we're not misspeaking?
I'd rather not.
Just generic funds?
Well, in my mind, there's the 2 million that's in the, I believe the development agreement as a community benefit. And then there's leftover money from the traffic impact fee or whatever it's called. Those would be the two sources.
Well, you can't dedicate fees that are in the TIF unless the Middle Avenue is in the TIF itself. And I don't believe it is. So you couldn't divert money that's being collected pursuant to the TIF program to a project that's not in it. But the $2 million that's in the development agreement that is sort of fungible and hasn't been accounted for.
Do we need to be that specific in the motion?
Specific as to the 2 million in the development agreement?
Right, yeah, specific as to like the source of which funds are coming from where and all
Well,
that.
that would be the only source, that would be the only funds that we're speaking about here that you would have the ability to suggest that they be directed to a particular project. As I said, the TIF, the 9.8 million of TIF money, that's a figure that's generated by looking at the amount of development and it's to fund certain improvements that are in the TIF program. And the Middle Avenue undercrossing is not in the TIF program.
And could it be part of the TIF program for this project, or it's like not
No,
eligible?
There would be a requirement to redo the TIF program itself. There's a sort of a study that's normally done that identifies improvements to facilitate build out under the general plan.
Got it. Okay.
Would the maker of the motion consider language along the lines of our desire to see the project further the completion of the Middle Avenue project or contribute to? I think the word dedicate gets tricky.
Yes, it's late. So can you repeat the language again?
our desire to see this project contribute to the completion of the Middle Avenue Tunnel project.
Yes. Do I need to restate the motion? I'm actually not sure. There were three things. That's number two. So I'll restate the motion. I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project to the City Council and highlight for Council's consideration the Commission's desire that, one, the applicant add additional retail to the project. Two, this project contribute to the completion of the Middle Avenue undercrossing. And three, the applicant will seek to build additional housing on top of the 800 units already committed.
I'm happy to second that motion.
Commissioner
Just a
Farrell.
comment. The third item, I'm not sure we need to articulate because like they've already expressed that that's their plan. Like that's been part of the whole thing tonight is,
Yeah,
so it feels redundant to communicate it in this mechanism.
that concept is already in the development agreement.
Mhm.
So if they're to move forward with a modified project approval as a result of the removal of building P or building S and T or all three, then the primary focus of that sort of revised development plan has to show an increase of housing. So that's an underlying element of that concept in the development agreement.
Understood. I suppose the spirit of my motion is just to highlight our desire that that happen without, again, specifying any sort of action to be taken if there is no action that's beyond what's already there.
Mr. Murray.
These and appreciate all the feedback and insightful comments and questions. Just as it relates to the Middle Avenue Tunnel, I'm a little concerned with the wording that was just discussed. Sounds like asking us to commit additional funds as opposed to the 2 million that we're committing to projects like the Middle Avenue Tunnel. Our ask would be, it's clear that if that is what the commission intends, that it's that bucket of contributions Parkline is making, you want to be prioritized towards the Middle Avenue Tunnel specifically, as opposed to additional dollars to the Middle Avenue Tunnel.
I think my preference would be to remove that component since I'm going to trust staff and whoever negotiated the development agreement on wanting more flexibility with that money. When I made that suggestion, it was under the guise that there's additional funds available. So I'm happy to remove that component unless there's strong feelings otherwise.
I wasn't the seconder.
Second.
Commissioner Farrick.
I would respectfully request you remove that third component since it's already clearly baked into the development agreement. I just feel like it's extra redundant. The part about the housing, additional housing, that's very much already there very clearly. So I would prefer to focus on something that's not there, like that there would be a desire for additional ground floor retail.
I share Commissioner Farrick's sentiment.
I will agree to do that. So let me restate my motion. I move that the Planning Commission recommend approval of the project to City Council and highlight for Council's consideration the Commission's desire that the applicant add additional retail to the project.
Second.
Commissioner Schindler.
Thank you. May I confirm with staff that this is not create any new legal terms or change any of the existing documents or create anything binding to the developer by using that phrasing?
No, I don't view it as being binding. I think it's a expression of the commission here that they would like to see, I believe it was more ground floor retail in general. And I think the applicant probably will take you up on that because they still are formulating their plans, and I'm sure you'll see more about this, but I'm not troubled by it.
Thank you for confirming that.
Thank you, Commissioner Schindler. Okay. I'm seeing no other requests to speak from commissioners, and so I am going to call the vote on the motion that's on the table for item F1. Commissioner Baruzzi.
Can you refresh my memory on we took out the last point and verified the language?
We took out the last two, so there's one thing that we're highlighting, which is the ground floor retail.
Great, I can support that, yes.
Commissioner Doe.
Yes.
Commissioner Farrick.
Yes.
Commissioner Schindler.
Yes.
Commissioner Sillen.
Yes.
Vice Chair Silverstein.
Yes.
I am also a yes. That is 7 votes in favor. Thank you very much to everyone who's been involved, and good luck going forward. That concludes public hearing items for this evening's meeting and brings us to section G, which is informational items. Mr. Parada, would staff like to add any comments? And if you would like to add significant comments, then we should slightly extend the meeting since we have 4 minutes till midnight.
No, thank you, Chair Eric. I'll be quick. The next regular scheduled meeting for the Planning Commission is September 8th. We do have a number of items for that meeting regarding single-family home use permits and a commercial project for alcohol sales at 325 Sharon Park Drive. So that concludes my updates for the next meeting. And then following that, the next meeting will not be until September 29th.
Thank you very much. Do commissioners have any questions about those informational items or any additional informational items to add? Seeing none, I will adjourn this meeting at 11:57 p.m. Thank you very much.